Chapter 88. Hearing his words, Ling Kongzi's voice suddenly changed. So, you know the second reason why I came to City of Wei? Of course, Li Yunxin didn't know. But his expression didn't change. Of course I know. Otherwise, why do you think I did so much today? I was also preparing for that thing. Preparing? What you did today? Yes. You asked me why I didn't try to escape. Now, you should know why. He lied without changing his expression. If someone put his hand on his chest, he would find that his heart didn't even beat too fast. Ling Kongzi was silent for a while. Then he said, "So, you're going to help me. But everything you have done before will be in vain. Can you let it go?" Ling Kongzi thought he knew what Li Yunxin was talking about. But Li Yunxin didn't know what Ling Kongzi was talking about. He had too many secrets. Any one of them would probably match Ling Kongzi's words. So he used his trump card. Ling Kongzi, this woman, used a magic weapon to cover her face. Most people who did this had a strong sense of self-protection. This kind of mentality would never be formed in a happy environment. According to his experience, people who were like this after adulthood either suffered from long-term domestic violence when they were young or came from a single-parent family and lacked a sense of security. Most of these people also liked to suppress their desires and see curiosity as a scourge. But this kind of human nature could only be suppressed, but it was absolutely difficult to eradicate. Once it was provoked at the right time, it would erupt more strongly than ordinary people. He had seen too many people like this in his previous life. They usually looked aloof and indifferent, but often for a person or something, they would show perseverance and endless enthusiasm that ordinary people couldn't achieve. In view of these two encounters, he had formed an image of this fairy Ling Kong in his heart. He sighed and slightly raised his head. His eyes looked sad and blurred, but there was a kind of pure and clear, persistent emotion. He opened his mouth slightly. His lips, which had become redder from the alcohol, were trembling slightly. Then he leaned forward slightly and took a deep breath after a short, well-timed gaze. His breath trembled a little. It seemed that he was suppressing some strong emotion, which made his voice tremble slightly. But this trembling made him look even more affectionate, and his words also seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. "For you, I can give up the whole world." After a second of silence, Ling Kongzi leaned back slightly, raised his hand, and pointed at Li Yunxin's throat. His voice became a little sharp because of his excitement, and he sounded like a junior high school girl whose braid had just been pulled. "You? What are you talking about?" The reactions of the others were actually not much better than hers. Most of them were in a slightly dazed state. What the hell? On such a stormy night, the head disciple of the Langia cave master had encountered a powerful enemy of unknown identity that he had been searching for all this time. In the end, he actually confessed to her? What kind of play was this? Lu Laodao was dumbfounded. He had thought of 100 ways that Brother Xian might have used, but he had never thought that he would actually do this. She pressed against Li Yunxin's throat, but his face did not show any panic. He just stared straight at Ling Kongzi's face. After 3 seconds, he suddenly laughed bitterly, turned his face away, and shook his head. "Just take it as I was talking nonsense. This kind of thing, in fact, I don't believe it myself." He turned his face slightly and looked at Ling Kongzi sadly, but he had already avoided her fingers. "Do you know the first time I saw you? When I first saw you, I couldn't tell if you were good-looking or not. I also didn't know what kind of character you had. I was doing something bad, but you caught me doing it. I was so disgusted with you. Where did this hateful woman come from, coming to my house in broad daylight? What are you trying to do?" "You." Ling Kongzi's heart slightly sank. She did not know why she was disappointed, but she was somewhat disappointed. To hell with it. Then she heard Li Yunxin say, "But later, I told you about communism. I thought about it alone for many years and came up with it. Others would not have the patience to listen to me. But you, only you, all these years, the only one who listened to me. I think you probably don't understand my feelings at that time, for many, many years. After many, many years, there was suddenly a person who made me feel, so this person really exists. This person really can understand what I'm thinking, really is the person I've been looking for in my heart." He sighed slightly, reaching out his hand to the perverted eating picture on the table and gently stroked it. As he said those passionate words, Ling Kongzi's eyes flickered, and she did not want to look at his eyes. At that moment, he seemingly subconsciously made some noise on the table. Naturally, Ling Kongzi came to look at the picture. Looking at the picture, she was slightly stunned for a moment. It was at this moment that Li Yunxin was completely sure of one thing. So he finally smiled and said softly, "Actually, I'm very lonely." This sentence was like a curse. After saying this, Ling Kongzi's hand trembled slightly, and she finally put it down. She suddenly experienced the first confession in her life, and it happened in such an era and such an occasion. Even as a cultivator, her heart was in chaos. Then, after listening to Li Yunxin's words, hearing those words from a person she did not hate, her heart was suddenly lost and then slightly relieved. She had long lost her calm and calm mood. It was in this state that he was guided until he heard the last sentence. So, her body slightly straightened but soon relaxed again. She panted slightly twice and finally said in a low voice, "I understand." At this time, everyone was dumbfounded, because no matter what, they could not figure out what had happened. Why did it become like this? But in Li Yunxin's heart, there was already a sneer. This woman was in his hands. He had already grasped something important in her heart. At this moment, he had already become her demon. Her demon in her heart. She was a young woman, full of repressed curiosity. Even as a transcendent state cultivator, she was still filled with a strong sense of vigilance when she came to the mortal world. After seeing the pervert eating picture, the first question she asked was whether the art saint was still in this world. At that time, although Li Yunxin could not see her expression, if he could not hear the strong feelings this young girl had for the art saint from her voice and tone, he would really be a deaf person. A soft-hearted but slightly paranoid girl fell in love with a legendary figure. This feeling was destined to not be told to others. Today, she met a young man who seemed to be equally interesting. First, she was confessed to, and then she heard the same story from the young man's words. If it was an ordinary person, she could force herself to grit her teeth and ignore it. But if it was an ordinary person, why would he have feelings for the art saint? So, she was moved by her own sense of identity and the same sense of loneliness. She felt that she had met her own kind, in a sense the same kind. From the moment this matter had happened, the outcome was already decided. This girl who was full of romantic self-destruction, Ling Kongzi had developed a strong sense of sympathy and identity for Li Yunxin. For a young girl who had not experienced the world, under the guidance of a demon like Li Yunxin, it was difficult for her to realize who and why the complicated and turbulent feelings in her heart were at this moment. And it was even easier to mistake these feelings of sympathy and identity for this was love. So, on this rainy night, this fairy Ling Kongzi, she had just passed the tribulation of killing, and now she was in the tribulation of love. So, Li Yunxin smiled and said, "I also hope that you will understand." "Then why did you come here?" Ling Kongzi, whose heart had already been thrown into disarray, did not even give it a second thought before he answered. Even though his voice sounded like it had already regained its calmness, and he had once again straightened his back. "What I understand are those ideals that you spoke of. It's not something else. You are an interesting person. After that day, I carefully thought about what you said. So, I know that what you said before should not be false. The theory of communism. If you made it up on the spot to deceive me, you could not have said it so carefully. In my opinion, if you thought about these things by yourself, you probably could not have come up with it without 5 or 6 years. So I understand and believe you on this point. So now, what are you going to do? I want to get rid of that dragon's son. What are you going to do?" In fact, everything that Li Yunxin had built tonight was built on a foundation. He had told Ling Kongzi about his ideal. Although the so-called transvestite communism was just a nonsense he had made up to deceive her when he first met her. But no matter how this theory was criticized, despised, or pursued at that time, after all, it was also a person who had spent decades of effort to come up with it. Just because a smart person like Ling Kongzi could see this point, she took it for granted that Li Yunxin had really spent so much time and effort on this idea. Based on such a premise and foundation, the following words, the words of despair and disappointment, would make him believe Li Yunxin's frustration and desolation even more. Just like what he said, if one day he found out that the path of immortality he had been cultivating was nothing, what kind of pain would it be? She no longer doubted, or rather, she no longer doubted. Finally, she said her purpose. To get rid of Dragon's son. Li Yunxin was slightly stunned at his heart. This woman wanted to get rid of the 9th young master? So this was her other purpose? Damn it. If he had known this, he would not have spent so much effort on her. Wasn't it to provoke her to fight with that demon, so that he could benefit from it and escape unscathed? But this kind of surprise was better than nothing. He smiled. You should know what I would do. The big demon I mentioned just now was referring to him. He and I used to be friends. Li Yunxin smiled bitterly. I used to try to do what I wanted to do through him. But gradually I realized that he was not a good candidate. He killed 2 swordsmen of the Lingshu sword sect and Huainanzi. I wanted to live in seclusion in the city of Wei, but he killed Liaosi. Hearing this, the magistrate and the other 3 prefectural magistrates all opened their eyes wide. This matter was related to them. His temperament was too surly. Many times, he would suddenly become a beast. Even as a friend, he didn't recognize him. Li Yunxin shook his head slightly, seeming to be distressed. I had planned to use the Jade Slip of Enlightenment to do something more meaningful. But he knew it and took it away. At this point, I had to break up with him. That's why you saw what I did in the Qiao family. I wanted to start with those small demons. I thought that since the big demons were brutal, I should get rid of them. Many of those small demons were doing good things. There are so many temple attendants in this building, and most of the people in the temples are worshiping those demons. The Jade Slip of Enlightenment is really in your hands. Ling Kongzi was a little stunned and sighed in a low voice. It's not in my hands now. You shouldn't have touched it. Alas, Ling Kongzi still shook his head. She thought for a while and said in a low voice, after I get rid of Long's son, you go back to the mountain with me. Li Yunxin thought for a while and took a risk to ask a question. Why do you want that jade slip? I mean, how important is that thing? Ling Kongzi was silent for a while. She slowly raised her hand and hung it in the air. She wrote the word lost and quiet stroke by stroke. Then she flicked her finger. The 2 words flashed in the void for a short moment like lightning and then disappeared. The next moment, everyone except the 2 of them was silent, as if they had lost their minds in an instant. She let out a sigh of relief and looked at Li Yunxin. She said word by word, the 2 sages haven't ascended yet. It's because they are waiting for it. They are waiting for someone to open it. Chapter 89. After Ling Kongzi said this, Li Yunxin knew that he could not return to the mountain with her. If it was an ordinary treasure, it would be fine. But since the 2 sages were waiting for something related to their ascension, he was not sure what the others would do. But he knew that if it were him, he would not allow the person who knew this secret to live freely in this world. It was not necessary to kill him, but it was something related to ascension. Waited for 1,000 years, or 2,000 years. The art saint was here 2,000 years ago, and only 1,000 years ago. It's been 1,000 years. No one has been able to open that jade slip after such a long time. Li Yunxin frowned slightly. The art sect existed for 1,000 years, right? The art saint didn't have a successor? Since you've seen the jade slip, you should know what the words inside are like. Ling Kongzi was silent for a while. Her voice suddenly became steady. Of course, someone has seen the jade slip and read the words inside. But the meaning of the words in the jade slip is very deep and obscure. The words themselves are simple talismans used by the ancient sages. Some of us are proficient in these words, but we need more people to work together to study it. So we need you too. It's not a bad thing to go with me. Oh, I see. Li Yunxin raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He seemed to have a slight headache because of the alcohol and excitement. But in fact, the hairs on his body were already standing on end. He raised his hand to conceal the subtle fluctuations on his face that could be detected by the other party, as if he had suddenly seen a ferocious beast or a venomous snake that was about to pounce on him. A chill suddenly erupted from his bones and instantly spread throughout his body. That sentence just now was not right. Ling Kongzi's current state was not right either. She seemed to have suddenly become a different person. He could not read her tone. If it could be said that Ling Kongzi had been penetrated by him and his entire inner world was exposed in front of him, then at the moment when they talked about the jade slip of illumination, it was as if an alarm in her heart had been triggered. Her subconscious was instantly armed by some powerful force, forming an unbreakable mental defense. Someone or something in the past had given her an extremely strong psychological suggestion. This strong psychological suggestion established an alarm mechanism in her heart. Once something or someone triggered this alarm, she would become abnormally calm and steady. In that instant, she broke free from Li Yunxin's control over her. However, under such circumstances, Ling Kongzi didn't seem to know. She herself didn't seem to know that the alarm in her subconscious mind had been triggered. She said, "Since you've seen the Jade Scroll, you should know what the words inside are like." Li Yunxin had seen it before. Therefore, he knew that the words inside were words that everyone in this world could understand. She also said, "Of course, some people have seen it, but they couldn't read it. If someone had seen it, it was impossible that they couldn't read it." What he could see in his current state were some cultivation methods written in the words of this world. And the Art Saint set some restrictions on that thing through some kind of spell that only existed in this world. So, he needed to advance to a higher level before he could see some other things. But as far as he knew, there was absolutely no problem of not being able to read it. This meant that neither she nor the someone she mentioned had really opened the jade slip of illumination and read the contents inside. She told a lie that was easy to see through, but once it succeeded, it was a very effective lie. This was because she or they probably believed that no one could know the words that were opened on the jade slip of illumination. So, she could make up some nonsense about simple talismans used by ancient sages. Since many masters like Dao Tong and the Grotto Heaven had not seen it, then Li Yunxin should not have seen it either. Li Yunxin should not be able to open the jade slip of illumination. Then Ling Kongzi was deliberately and casually hinting to him, "Of course we know how to open this thing, and we have even read it. Whether you can open it or not, whether you can read it or not, we can, and now we are very happy to accept you as one of us." If it was any other person in this world, they would probably have been tricked. This woman's thinking level right now was simply gone on a rampage. Li Yunxin gently took 2 deep breaths, allowing herself to return to a rational and sharp state. In this Bao Hua gathering, he had done many things and laid many traps. Now, he was trying to find a way to get out of this dangerous situation as soon as possible so that he could have a chance to make a long-term plan. After 2 seconds, he put down his hand and raised his head again. He smiled and said, "Okay, I will go with you. In fact, I have already made this plan." He looked at the people in the hall who did not look, hear, or move, and pointed at Lu Laodao beside him. "I did so many things today, first for you and second for him. It's the same with this painting. I think I should show some of my value. Not only am I the owner of the Jade Slip, but I am also a powerful Taoist painter. Dao Dong and Kenzo need people like me. I'm not a pawn that can be sacrificed. But if I leave this Lao Dao, I have been with him for so long, I like him." Li Yunxin was silent for a while. "You know that I have reached the transcendent state. I need to find my Taoist heart, and I need to go through the tribulation. I'm not sure if this Lao Dao is my Taoist heart or the tribulation. Since someone's Taoist heart is a frog, of course, it is possible that my Taoist heart is a person. If he can become my Taoist heart, then nothing must happen to him. If he is my tribulation, then nothing must happen to him. You know, if he dies as a tribulation, the tribulation will be even harder to go through. That is why I am doing all these things today, and I will show mercy to these unruly Taoists in the future. I want him to live a better life after I leave." My friend, the 9th young master, has seen this Lao Dao before, and I am afraid that he will harm him. So, from his point of view, I also want to get rid of that dragon son. Ling Kongzi seemed to be smiling. Then why don't you take him with you? The grotto heaven is the paradise in their hearts. You know what kind of people you, me, and the high-level cultivators are. Mortals say that cultivators are immortals, but to be honest, after going through so many tribulations, we will feel closer to the demons. He will not like that kind of environment. I don't like being kept in captivity, and he won't like it either. Besides, there is no Chionghua Tower or Mu Nanju there. In fact, this is a siege. The people outside the city want to come in. Once you walk in, you can't control your body, and you can't even think about walking out. Ling Kongzi seemed to be satisfied with his answer. There was a smile in his voice. It is always interesting to hear you talk. Then tell me, the ghost you want me to catch. Why did you catch him? Chapter 90. Dragon's son is looking for him. Li Yuanxin looked at Pei Juzi. He didn't know when Ling Kongzi had noticed that something was off with this painter from the capital, but he knew that the possessed painter was already being controlled. Pei Juzi sat upright behind the table, but his eyes showed some panic. He couldn't move. Dragon's son and I call him the ninth young master. After the ninth young master and I returned to the city of Wei, he disappeared. During that time, something happened near the city of Wei. I thought it was him, but later I thought it was not his method. Some time ago, I walked around the city and asked some people. Some people's relatives lived in the suburbs, and a cow died in their family. After asking about the cause of death, I knew it was not the ninth young master. The ninth young master eats people, but this thing eats souls. At that time, I already had this idea, so I started to investigate the ninth young master. From the annals of the Dragon King Temple, I guessed that he was the ninth son of the dragon, Chi-Wan. Now you also said that he was the dragon's son, so I guessed right. From the annals of the temple, I found that as long as there was a record of abnormal precipitation, there would be people missing. The ninth young master loved to eat people, and he was the dragon's son. So I guessed he was the temple's Wei River Dragon King. If he was the Wei River Dragon King, this area would be his territory. I thought he should be a family man. According to his appetite, he only ate about 10 people every year near the city of Wei, which was already very restrained. So now someone was making trouble in his territory. Although it was eating the souls of cows, he couldn't bear it. But later I found out that not only cows, but also many poultry died like that. But as for cows, one cow could change a farmer's life's luck. It was a big animal, so everyone talked about cows. So I guess that the ninth young master was looking for this thing. Damn it. Just now when he came in, the world was raging. He, on the other hand, kept looking up at the sky. I could see he was a little pleased with himself, because the ninth young master should be looking for him in the sky above the city of Wei. But I'm curious, to be able to prevent a great fiendish demon like the ninth young master from finding it, yet we are able to restrain it. But just now, I didn't feel any Inchi at all. So, who the hell are you? He had already turned to that Pei Juezi and asked sincerely and curiously. Ling Kongzi flicked his finger as if he was undoing some kind of restriction. Thus, this Pei Juezi spoke in a human voice. Why have you bound me? As expected, you can speak human language. Li Yuanxin praised from the bottom of his heart. I thought he didn't know how to speak human language when he was so quiet and only the manager spoke. It seems to be a 100-year-old ghost. Ling Kongzi said, it's normal for it to learn human language. They were originally human beings, but after becoming ghosts, they were lucky enough to wander around the world of the living, so they became silly. But if they stay in the world of the living for a long time, they will slowly learn human language. Look at this one. It has at least 200 years of cultivation. I don't really understand this. In that case, if a ghost lives for a long time, isn't it no different from a human being? Then it will be stronger. Look, it can even use magic. Li Yuanxin asked for advice, and Ling Kongzi answered him. Only this ghost stared at him and kept asking, why have you bound me? At this moment, it showed its difference from a human. Ghosts are, after all, nether spirits. Ling Kongzi answered patiently. The spirit and the body are originally one and inseparable. When the body dies, there will be a ghost. The reason why it is called a ghost instead of a spirit is that the body is the hall of the soul. When the body dies, the spirit will definitely be damaged. Without the hall of worship, it will become a ghost. So a ghost is actually a damaged spirit. Since it is damaged, it can't be repaired. So no matter what, it will always be different from other people. For example, a ghost will always have an obsession. Some things were actually parts of its body that it had lost, and it was difficult to remember them. It could only remember them clearly if they were made up. Listen to this ghost. Is there anyone who still speaks like this? Previously, Li Yunxin only felt that this big ghost's words were strange. Now that he heard Ling Kongzi's words, he realized that it was indeed different from other people, different from the people of the current era. In Li Yunxin's eyes, the Daqing state was an ancient society with a strict hierarchy, but the atmosphere was actually more open-minded. For example, a girl like In Shuoro, who came from a relatively well-off family, could show her face on the streets every day, and people didn't find it inappropriate. As for etiquette and speech, compared to the previous dynasty, it was much more vulgar. For example, Lu Laodao didn't really understand the rules of today's Baohua gathering. Although it was called an ancient etiquette, it was actually a secular etiquette that ordinary people in the previous dynasty would follow. As for speech, in the previous dynasty, regardless of gender, everyone addressed him as Lord. The people of the Daqing state mocked the previous dynasty for being pedantic, saying that when two people argued and swore, they still addressed each other as Lord is a ruffian, which was quite funny. Looking at this big ghost now, he addressed him as Lord. I need this ghost. Li Yunxin said, It's not suitable here. I have to bring it back. The ninth young master is looking for it. Maybe it knows something about the ninth young master. No matter what, he used to be my friend. Even if I have to deal with him, I want to be the one to do it. So I want to know more about him. He looked at Ling Kongzi and repeated, I need this ghost. I hope you can help me. When this is over and I get the Jade Scroll, I will go back to the mountain with you. Ling Kongzi seemed a little hesitant. Just now, Li Yunxin led the topic to the big ghost and asked her some topics that could effectively make her relax. At this moment, her guard was down again, and the hints that Li Yunxin implanted in her heart gradually gained the upper hand. She tapped the back of her hand twice with her slender fingers and suddenly asked, You can make a treasure like the freak eating painting, which means that your cultivation is about to reach the peak of the transcendent state. I know that Taoist dancing is not good at fighting, but I feel that something is wrong with your breath. Because I fought with two swordsmen from the Lingshu sword sect. At that time, I didn't have much contact with people from the Daodong and Kinzo sections. The two Taoists had powerful talismans on them, and they sealed my ocean of qi and mountain of snow. Until today, I can only use a little nature essence. You are right, Li Yunxin said honestly, but why would two swordsmen from two sects come to my house to look for me, and they are only at the emptiness realm? They said that a Lao Dao said that I have the 10,000 miles of mountains and river painting in my house, and they came for the painting. I believe the words of those two idiots, but I don't believe that the person who guided them to me was really for the painting. It was probably just an excuse. According to the two swordsmen, the person was on the verge of death, and that's why they found me. So I want to know, who is that person? He told the truth about his situation, knowing that it would put Ling Kongzi at ease. This was what the other party wanted to know. He also knew that the other party would have doubts. In that case, I'll listen to you for now. I'm not afraid of any tricks from you. As long as I bring you up the mountain, everything will no longer be a problem. With this mentality, the other party knew that he was not an idiot. If the other party was confident that she had absolute power to control the final outcome, and if she had a good impression of him, she should not mind some of his little tricks. And she should also know that he was a difficult opponent. As expected, after he said this, Ling Kongzi thought for a while and said, Oh, I see. I can't tell you about that person for now. As for the things you want to know about this ghost, it's up to you. If you want me to help, just tell me. But as for the time, I hope it won't take more than half a month. I've been out for a long time. It's time to go back to the mountain. Okay. Ling Kongzi thought for a moment and said, "You're an interesting person and a smart person as well. But there is one thing. I'd better make it clear. I'm a Taoist at the peak of the transcendent state. Previously, the two swordsmen of a lower realm could seal your ocean of qi with a talisman. You should know that the Daotong cultivators have some tricks in the fight. So if I want within 10 miles of the city of Wei, no one can live. I hope you can make the right decision." Chapter 91. Li Yunxin raised her head without the slightest hesitation and gave a sincere smile. "Okay, I won't do anything stupid." Ling Kongzi looked at him for a while and felt that other than some sort of fanaticism in his eyes, he didn't notice any other abnormalities. Thus, he let out a low sigh and lightly tapped his finger on the table. An invisible force undid the inhibition she put on everyone. However, for these people, the conversation between the two masters only lasted for a short moment. They were ready to listen a moment ago, but in the next moment, they were already sitting opposite each other in silence. There was a final clap of thunder outside the window. Then the rain stopped and the wind stopped. Even the slowest people realized that they were just used by the immortals, but they didn't know what happened between the two immortals. Fairy Ling Kong stood up and said, "This person is no longer a human." She pointed at Pei Juezi. "A ghost with 100 years of cultivation has possessed his body. Pei Juezi's soul has been devoured." Then she turned to Li Yunxin. "This is a Taoist friend of my Langi cave. There were some misunderstandings before, but they have been cleared up. This ghost will be taken care of by him from now on. But if the steward of the Qin's mansion has any objections, you can ask me." The steward beside Pei Juezi was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that his master had become a possessed ghost. He subconsciously waved his hands. I don't dare. He didn't have the courage and qualification to ask Fairy Ling Kong. "This person, what's her name?" She looked at Lu Lao Dao again. Hunyuanzio. This Taoist Hunyuanzi is a friend of my Langi cave. He will live in the city of Wei in the future. But don't underestimate him." The ones who had the authority to agree on this matter were the magistrate and the 3 prefectural magistrates. The 3 of them nodded and agreed. They only hoped to end this Baowa gathering as soon as possible and get away from this woman. But what she said next made their hearts tighten. It finally came. "In that case, I said before that I was going to face the killing tribulation, and I have already done so." Ling Kongzi took 2 steps and said unhurriedly, "Many of you know Panenzi, Ling Su Sword Sex Panenzi. Some people knew that he had returned to the mountain gate, but in fact he hadn't. I killed that person." The hall instantly became silent, and no one made a sound. "As for why I killed him, you should know. You secular people don't think there's anything wrong with killing and eating poultry. But if a domestic fowl kills its own kind and then gives it to you to eat, I think it will not be happy. Among our Daotong and Kinzo, there are many who were born in the secular world. When the celestial beings passed down the Tao ancestors' heavenly heart dharma, they also said that they had to pity the people of the world and protect the people of the world. Therefore, the first commandment of the Daotong Kinzo is to not take the lives of mortals unjustly. Some scum colluded with the people of the secular world and used their mortal lives to transcend the tribulation. If I see such people, I will kill them. And a few of you here should know what Panenzi did. I think you even helped him. Fairy, we have our difficulties seeing that things had reached this point. The magistrate no longer cared about his face and cried out in grief. The magistrate's cry made the 3 magistrates kneel on the ground and kowtow. Xian Xingzi's situation was even worse. He was originally sitting with his eyes fixed on the ground, but now his body softened and he collapsed. Difficulties? Then tell me. The magistrate was startled and hurriedly said, Fairy, please understand. Although the Ling Su Sword sect is not a big sect in your eyes, in the eyes of the secular world, it is a real celestial sect. Our Daqing state also has a law that says that when celestial sects do things in the secular world, local officials have no right to interfere. This is the rule on the surface, but when it comes to the local areas, they can only be more cautious. The celestial masters are aloof, and their temperaments are different from us mortals. If they have a request, who dares to disobey? You are saying that the Ling Su sword sect forced you to do this. The magistrate was startled for a moment, and sweat appeared on his forehead. As a fourth-level official, how could he not know the meaning behind these words? He might be involved in the internal strife of the celestial sections. Oh, you think you are involved in the internal strife of the celestial sects? But at this moment, Ling Kongzi actually said what the magistrate was thinking. The magistrate was even more startled. If it wasn't so, then what was the reason? Was it really just because the Ling Su sword sect killed the secular people? Fairy Ling Kong killed her fellow cultivators. However, Ling Kongzi only smiled coldly and ignored him. He pointed at the 4 officials and the 3 painters. The 7 of you surrender in 3 days. You, as the magistrate, will interrogate them and then interrogate yourselves. Since you are secular people, you will be dealt with according to the laws of the Qin Kingdom. If you dare to be biased, I will deal with you according to the rules of the celestial sections. After saying these few words, the rain outside the building had actually stopped. Ling Kongzi stood in the middle of the field and slightly raised his head to look at the sky for a while. He then said to Li Yunxin, "In 3 days, I will go see you. This scroll, it was drawn for you, so it is yours." Okay. She took a step and walked out of the building with just 1 step. Thus, everyone was looking at him. Li Yunxin stood up from behind the table and stretched his arms a few times. As soon as he turned his head around, he saw that the prefectural magistrate, as well as the painters, were still staring at him. He made a fuss and called out, If I were you, I would run to the Yamen right now and work hard, study hard, and live hard. Because, do you know how she kills people when she is angry? Have you seen sticky and thick rice spilled all over the ground? If you replace that thing with a bloody paste. Okay, don't look at me like that. I definitely won't plead for you, and I won't think of a solution for you, much less help you. Because right now, I am in a hurry to do something else, to talk to these fellow cultivators about something serious. To be reasonable. In fact, I am more difficult to deal with than that, Ling Kongzi. I will not be lenient in killing people. Get lost. I haven't even eaten yet. After a quarter of an hour, only Li Yunxin and those wild Taoists were left on the 2nd floor of the Qianhua building. They had originally ordered delicious food, but now all of them were served. But it was not a table, but a table for 8 people, just like the wedding ceremony of the Daqing state. There were many people like Lu Lao Dao who had been hungry all day and only hoped for this meal. But at this moment, they were not in the mood to eat the food. Since they realized that Li Yunxin probably had an extraordinary identity, they were guessing why he asked them to stay. When all the dishes were served, Li Yunxin stood up and smiled. "I know you are all hungry, so I will make it short." Chapter 92. All of you are temple attendant and temple master. You must have worshipped a god. But I don't need to tell you, most of them are not real gods, and whether they have Reiki. Look, the situation of the religious circles around the city of Wei is that your family worships the Dragon King. My family worships the Old Lord, and his family worships the Mountain God. The people of Wang Village are used to worshipping the Mountain God, and the people of Niujia Village like to worship the Dragon King. In fact, they're all asking for the same thing. But when the people of Wang Village went to Niujia Village, they accidentally sprained their ankle and wanted to pray for a speedy recovery. Oh, is this the Dragon King in your family? What if the Mountain God doesn't like it? This will cause a loss, right? So, my friends, it is necessary for us to change to a more professional way of management. What do you mean by more professional? It means to use the same brand and expand the scale. All the religious circles around the city of Wei should unite and worship one God. In this way, you are the same God in Wang Village and the same God in Niujia Village. Both families will benefit, and the future will be wonderful. I'll go on. The only person who dared to interrupt him at this time was Shi Queasy. She was sitting at the same table with Lu Lao Dao, and they had a private conversation just now. She didn't know what Lu Daoist said to her to make her feel at ease. Now, When everyone was listening to Li Yunxin with a lot to say, she asked a question. Yunxinzi, fellow Taoist. She stood up and made a Taoist salute seriously. I can understand a little bit of what you said, but most of our temples and Taoist temples have been around for a long time. After a long time, maybe several generations of people around here are worshiping the same temple. Even according to what you said, if we change the god's position, the nearby believers... Okay. This is indeed a problem. Li Yunxin pressed her hand down. After thinking for a while, he sighed, but my friends, think about another problem. There are immortals in the world. 2 saints, after all. Not to mention the 2 sages. Even the profound realm and true realm chi warriors are more powerful than these mountain spirits. And then there's Black by Yanjun. He's a real deity. Why don't you worship them? Because it's useless. Li Yunxin spread his hands and tilted his head. Worshipping the twin sages? It's not like the twin sages will run over to help them find the lost chicken. By Yanjun, your life will still be taken. That's why people who are too aloof and unapproachable will have this problem. Then you can go and worship those mountain spirits and wild monsters. Although they might not grant you everything you ask of them, they will occasionally do something for you. That will make you popular. So, in fact, we simple and lovely villagers are very sincere pragmatists. Of course, I can understand. Who has the energy to talk about philosophy when they don't even have enough to eat? So, you don't have to worry that they won't worship just because they change their deity position. Even if you change it to a Gunera Black Demon Immortal and say that it's not a temple, but a Demon Immortal castle, as long as they come in, they will feel comfortable. Occasionally, they will hear someone say that the Black Demon Immortal spirit has manifested. After a long time, when you want them to worship, they will obediently do as you say. Cough, fellow Taoist Yunxinzi, this Black Demon Immortal. Don't mind these details. It's the primordial deity. It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. Li Yunxin said quickly. So, I already have a pilot unit here. Fellow Taoist Yun Yuanzi's Dragon King Temple. It was originally a statue of the Dragon King of the Wei River, but we replaced it with a statue of Crown Prince Jiawen and a statue of a Dragon Lady. On the first day, the response from the villagers was very good. Right. How much did we earn last month? It's not even a month yet. But as of now, the revenue from incense offerings is 3 taels of silver. It's the previous 2 months. Lu Laodao answered obediently. Li Yunxin spread his hands. So, my friends, look, we've gained both fame and fortune. I know what you're worried about, but the deity position that I personally painted for you is indeed filled with spiritual energy. Not only is it filled with spiritual energy, it also calms the heart. Once our Wei City's religious community reaches a consensus to worship these 2 deities, we'll change from extensive production to intensive production. Isn't that great? The wild Taoists looked at each other, but no one spoke first. In fact, they all knew Li Yunxin's means. The paintings that he made should be fought over crazily. But now, he seemed to have some grudges with that Ling Kong fairy. Although this Taoist, Yunxinzi, looked young and promising, and also had a strong background. But since it was a fight between 2 tigers, they as nobodies didn't have the guts to get involved. Li Yunxin sighed. Think about it, my friends. I'm a reasonable person. I'm also thinking for the sake of our Wei City's religious community. Seeing that his tone had softened, a Taoist said tentatively, Fellow Taoist, alas, in fact, we're already flattering you by calling you fellow Taoist. But to tell you the truth, your current situation, alas, we're thinking that this matter isn't urgent. We'll wait until the matter between you and Ling Kong is settled. When he said this, many people finally showed a look of agreement. I see. Li Yunxin lowered his head and rubbed his hands, but quickly raised them again with a smile on his face. Then I can understand. For example, maybe we've pissed off Fairy Ling Kong by using his stuff, because high-level cultivators are temperamental in the first place, right? The Taoist nodded hurriedly. Yes, that's right. But the problem is, I'm also a high-level cultivator in the transcendent state, my friends. He spread his hands helplessly. I'm standing here, and I'm telling you with a smile, come and join us. You say sorry, buddy, but your future is uncertain, and we don't want to. I also feel embarrassed. Aren't you afraid that I'm temperamental? He said this with a smile, and then no one said anything else. The lobby suddenly became cold. Ling Kongzi didn't smile, and people couldn't see her expression, so the mystery in her heart increased. But the first impression of Li Yunxin was the strongest. At first, he was the Taoist boy of Lu Lao Dao, and he was gentle and polite. But now, they could still see his expression, hear his tone, and his temperament was like a normal person. Compared to the cultivators of the intent realm and the emptiness realm, he was more like a normal person. Therefore, the reverence they had for him was reduced by a lot because of his witty words just now. At that time, when Li Yunxin said these words, they would wake up as if waking up from a dream and realize, maybe he also had a temper. So at this time, they saw Li Yunxin put away his smile and draw something in the air with his finger. The body of Pei Juzi, who had been bound and sitting in the corner of the hall and unable to move, was like a sack that had been emptied, softly deflating. A gust of black gas struggled and roared in the air as it was pulled out from the 7 orifices of the body, and then it was put into Li Yunxin's sleeve. He didn't move during the whole process and only stared at everyone present with his eyes. That voice, they all heard it. It was extremely sad. A chill slowly crept up everyone's spine. That's why I have a temper too. For example, I was angry just now, but you're the old man's friend, so I vented my anger on him. I pulled the ghost out of the skin. This experience is almost the same as skinning. Li Yunxin was silent for a while, and then a smile appeared on his face again. So now, do we have a consensus? What I mean is to replace those things that you've been offering. No one said anything. Li Yunxin raised his wine cup and said happily, "Good. Then, friends, let's toast to our friendship." After a few breaths of silence, the wild Taoists finally raised their wine cups. Chapter 93. They drank a cup of wine and then put it down in silence. Li Yunxin looked at them and sighed sadly. "All right, you guys are not happy here. Then I'll go. Old Lu, keep them company. I'm going home." After he finished speaking, he turned around and slowly walked down the stairs. After he left for a quarter of an hour, the wild Taoists looked at each other. They couldn't believe it was over. Lu Lao Dao smiled awkwardly. In fact, well, Brother Xian is a very kind person. Because of this, they continued to look at each other. It was already nightfall. Although the rain had stopped, it was still around 8 or 9 o'clock at night. In his previous world, this was the best time to indulge in pleasure. But in the city of Wei, it was the right time to be sound asleep. Therefore, the bluestone street that had been washed by the storm was shining under the moonlight, but there was no one around. The green trees and flowers on both sides of the street emitted a rich and fresh fragrance because of the water vapor. He stood on the street and took a deep breath. He felt that he was soaked in the sweet smell. It made him feel comfortable and painful. In fact, since the first day he hung the portrait in the temple, he had never experienced the feeling of no pain. The pain tormented him at every moment, causing his mood to worsen. Li Yunxin knew that this slow and irresistible change would eventually bring more problems. For example, the previous arrangement was not very delicate. The pain affected his thinking. But fortunately, both Lu Ling and the 9th young master had obvious weaknesses, and he could play with their emotions and minds. But he couldn't expect everyone he met to be like this. Lu Ling was already an exception. A cultivator at the peak of the transcendent state should not have such an obvious personality flaw, but she did. He could only understand that a genius must have a flaw, and a perfect person could not exist. So he needed to solve this problem. Playing with his mind couldn't solve everything. At least for people like the 2 sages who could step into the state of Taishang Wang Qing at any time, they wouldn't give him a chance to break their mental defense. What's more, he also realized that there was someone who had forcefully interfered with Lu Ling's mind. Perhaps it was something else, or perhaps it was a person. If it was a person, it was a very frightening person, as dangerous as he was. He had to make himself truly strong. At the very least, he had reached the peak of the transcendent state and passed the delusion tribulation. This tribulation had obviously affected him. His spiritual power had become quite unstable, and his thoughts had become more impulsive. He paced on the wet street, pondering and experiencing the pain he felt when he injected the power of faith into his snow mountain and ocean of chi. He slowly walked through an alley and saw that most of the houses had already turned off their lights. Occasionally, there were a few households that did not turn off their lights. If one listened carefully, one could hear the sound of people reading. He even saw a shop that had just closed for the day, and the shop assistant was installing the door planks. When she saw him, she paused for a moment and then smiled at him. He smiled at the waiter and asked, "Do you have anything to eat?" His appearance and temperament were infectious. For some reason, the waiter had a good impression of him. He thought for a moment and said, "Yes, but they're all cold now." Li Yunxin tossed a piece of silver to the waiter and said, "Don't worry about it." The waiter happily took it, thanked Shun Fan, and went into the shop. After a while, he came out with 2 oil paper bags. In one bag were 2 corn pancakes, and in the other bag were some coleslaw and some shredded chicken. Li Yunxin took them and put the coleslaw and the chicken in the pancake. He took a bite and thought it tasted good. He had eaten at noon, and it was about 9 o'clock now. He was already starving. The waiter looked at him and asked curiously, "What are you eating?" "Hamburgers." Li Yunxin said, "I don't think you don't have Rujiamo here. Haven't you seen it before?" "No, I haven't." "All right." He smiled and walked forward. The waiter said behind him, "The steward of the Liu family just came to buy some stuff. He should still be on his way. You might run into him." Li Yunxin paused for a second and turned around to ask, "Huh?" The waiter looked at him, blinked, and pointed ahead. "Aren't you a Taoist priest from the Liu family?" Li Yunxin turned around and looked in the direction he was pointing. After thinking for a while, he understood. He smiled and thanked him, then turned around and continued walking. The place the waiter was pointing to should be the Liu family. There were lights in that direction. Judging from the brightness, it should be a big house with candles. Listening carefully, there was music. Of course, it was morning music. Someone had died in that house. He was wearing a Taoist robe and walking alone on the street at this time. The waiter probably thought he was a Taoist priest performing religious rites in the Liu family. The custom of the Qing kingdom was to fast at night when a family held a funeral. The waiter probably thought he couldn't take it anymore, so he kindly reminded him that the steward of the Liu family might be up ahead, so he didn't want to be seen stealing food. Li Yunxin pondered for a moment. In the end, she felt that a dead person was inauspicious, so she decided to take a detour. There was a big locust tree in front of him. The locust flowers had bloomed, and their fragrance was intoxicating. It had rained earlier, and a lot of the locust flowers had fallen. Now that they were steamed, the smell was even stronger. To the left of the locust tree was another fork. Li Yunxin walked to the side of the locust tree and stopped. Then he made a sound of surprise and stared at the locust tree. Someone, or something that looked like a person, he walked out of the tree trunk. He first poked his head out, and a scarlet tongue hung from the side of his mouth. Then his 2 hands reached out and grabbed the tree trunk. With a push, his body came out as well. Finally, he stepped out and stood still. Li Yunxin looked for a while and laughed involuntarily. It is said that locust trees are and unlucky. So that's what it is. You came out from here. Mr. Bai, this is the second time we meet. The person who came out was Bai Yanjun. Bai Yanjun, whose face was as white as his clothes, heard these words and immediately widened his eyes. He stared straight at Li Yunxin. If I guess correctly, the 2 of you must have a division of labor. You are in charge of taking in the good guys, and the Black King of Hell is in charge of taking in the bad guys, Li Yunxin said with a smile. The person who died in the Liu family is not bad, right? That's why you are here. Bai Yanjun still stared at him and did not speak. When Li Yunxin finished speaking, he said in a shrill voice, "You can see me?" "Huh?" Li Yunxin frowned. "Is this strange? Or can I only see you in my dreams? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Bai Yanjun did not speak anymore. He walked over slowly and reached out his hand to Li Yunxin. His hand was also pale, but his fingernails looked neat. Li Yunxin did not dodge. At first, he found it interesting when he saw the King of Hell come out from the old locust tree that was said to be unlucky. Then he remembered what the two had said previously and decided to take this opportunity to ask again. Was he surprised or not? Was he afraid? Who would not be afraid when seeing this thing that had always existed in legends? But Li Yuanxin knew how to be an interesting person. It was as if he could see this by Yanjun, as if he was looking at a ghost. It was quite an amazing thing. And now, this Bai Yanjun also wanted to see what was happening. It did not seem to be malicious. Chapter 94. Therefore, Li Yuanxin did not hide. Being cautious was a good thing. But if he was so cautious that he did not take any risks, it would be called cowardice. Bai Yanjun's hand, it pierced into Li Yuanxin's body without any hindrance. He wanted to dodge immediately, but he forced himself to stand there, because he had an inexplicable favorable impression of black Bai Yanjun. Most of the time, inexplicable favorable impression and sixth sense were actually the effects of the subconscious. They were not groundless. For example, when a person went out alone, he inexplicably felt that something good would happen that day. Therefore, when he arrived at the company and was notified of his promotion, he would think, "Oh my God, sixth sense. I have good luck somehow." But in fact, before this, he might have already known that there would be a personnel change in the company, or a boss might have praised him, or a colleague who was proficient in insider information might have shown goodwill to him. His subjective consciousness did not summarize these things, but at the subconscious level, he had connected these clues. Therefore, when he went out, he had already expected this result. People called it sixth sense. Li Yuanxin did not know why he had a favorable impression of Bai Yanjun and why he trusted him. But he knew that such a subtle but obvious favorable impression should be the result of subconscious analysis that he was not aware of. His premonition had always been accurate, so he let the hand penetrate his body. He felt a burst of heat, but it only lasted for a moment, and Bai Yanjun withdrew his hand and screamed, "You little brat! Ah, do you know that you don't have long to live?" If someone else said this, Li Yuanxin would only smile faintly. But now, the Yama king who was in charge of life and death said, Li Yuanxin immediately frowned. "What do you mean?" Bai Yanjun stared at him, a pair of pure black eyes like two bottomless pits. In a moment of desperation, he stuck out his tongue to make himself speak more fluently. "You little brat, you really don't know the pros and cons. How do you think you can see me? Although I don't know where your soul came from, you reincarnated into a human body. Since you were a human body, why don't you cultivate the spiritual power of heaven? Now, you are being worshipped by the masses. How can the power of faith be obtained by a human like you? Your snow mountain and ocean of chi are already riddled with holes. You're not far from death." Li Yuanxin's expression changed slightly. He composed himself and said, "I do know about this matter. But what if I slowly replace the spiritual power in my body with the power of will and reconstruct my snow mountain and ocean of chi? In the future, I won't practice the heavenly heart technique anymore. I'll switch to practicing the divine path. Is that not allowed?" TSK, you are really a newborn calf. You think no one has thought of this before?" Bai Yanjun's voice became sharper and sharper. "It's possible. However, a human body could not use the power of hope. Your ocean of chi and mountain of snow is like a house with stone walls, and the power of vow is like scattered sand. Now that your house is sealed, you can slowly exchange the loose sand for the stone. This big house won't collapse in a short time. You can also use your spiritual power to undo some of the seals. But in the future, when you receive a lot of the power of wishes, how can scattered sand support a big house? You are not a spiritual monster or a mythical beast. Did no one teach you this common sense of cultivation?" Li Yuanxin was speechless. He stood quietly under the tree and thought for a while. Then he sighed helplessly. "No one taught me. They're all fucking professors. Who would teach me that 1 + 1 = 2? Then, what if I don't absorb the power of hope now? Your foundation has been destroyed by yourself. It will be like this for the rest of your life." F***Sika. Li Yuanxin touched his forehead. "This is too F***king big. Then do you have any ideas? You are experienced and knowledgeable. Can you give me some advice?" Bai Yanjun stared at him and sized him up again. TSK, TSK. You little kid. It's fine if you're not afraid of me, but you still want to take advantage of me. There is a way. Li Yunxin smiled in her heart and finally heaved a sigh of relief. It was blackmail by Yanjun. He was not some random monster who controlled the life and death of the whole world. How could such an existence have the time to care about someone's life and death? If Bai Yanjun said so much because he saw him out of curiosity, it would be as funny as the president of his era who saw a man who was owed his salary and followed him to ask for it. Because we have met before. Li Yunxin was in a better mood. Last time, you didn't accept the souls that died because of me. You also mentioned a senior. After these days, I think that senior, is he the art saint? After he finished speaking, he took another bite of the cake. Bai Yanjun gasped. You little kid, you still have the mood to eat cakes. How dare you? Li Yunxin spread his hands. What else can I do? Isn't it all up to you to decide? In fact, I am quite curious. You, what happened to the previous one? Why didn't you accept me? Doesn't this mean that even if I accidentally die, I don't have to be afraid? Bai Yanjun sneered. If you die, even if I don't accept you, you will still be a wild ghost that has lost your mind. What's the use? Oh, Li Yunxin thought for a moment. All right, fine, then I am unlucky. After saying this, he continued to walk forward with the biscuit in his hand. After 3 or 4 steps, he heard Bai Yanjun shout, You little kid, aren't you afraid of death? Everyone has to die. It may be as heavy as Mount Tai, or as light as a goose feather. Li Yunxin said vaguely while chewing, I just accepted a big ghost today. It has cultivated for hundreds of years, and I feel that it is living a good life. Since there is no other way, if I die, you won't accept me. Then I will muddle along for hundreds of years and become a ghost king. At that time, if I show my face, everyone will be afraid of me. Won't I be able to cultivate godhood and receive the power of wishes? What's there to be afraid of? The White Hell Lord, who is busy every day, would not tell him so much for no reason. Li Yunxin knew that he must have something to ask of him. This request seemed to have a condition that must be fulfilled, and that was he must not die. This Bai Yanjun was a little silly. If he was the one doing this, the other party would definitely be filled with gratitude and, at the same time, make a lot of promises. But not like now. In a flash, the White Hell Lord had blocked his path. This confirmed Li Yunxin's guess. The first time they met, Black Bai Yanjun said that he would not accept his soul, nor the souls of the people around him. He was afraid that the devil who killed the Sun Luo temple would cause more trouble. And Li Yunxin knew that to Black Bai Yanjun, the only difference between him and everyone else in this world was his situation was very similar to that art saint. If that was the case, the devil they were talking about was most likely art saint. That senior was awesome. He actually brought him to the netherworld. Li Yunxin stopped in his tracks. Huh, you're a scheming kid, Bai Yanjun said angrily. But don't think that I don't have a way to deal with you. It's just that I don't want to be distracted recently, and I don't want to trouble myself, so I won't bother with you. I know this. Li Yunxin said, So, since you stopped me again, do you have any ideas? Chapter 95. Bai Yanjun let out an inexplicably sharp laugh, as if it had found a way to vent its anger. I have a way. It squinted at Li Yunxin. Do you dare die? Li Yunxin's expression remained the same. And then, I won't take your soul. You could take over my body. It sounds like a trap. Li Yunxin said calmly. I know several situations of taking over a body, but the most optimistic one is Xiao Jiasin. Her body becomes an immortal skin, but she also loses the 5 senses of a human. Not to mention rebuilding the snow mountain and ocean of Qi. Bai Yanjun laughed again, its voice full of malice. Why be a human? You can accept being a ghost, but can't you accept being a big animal? Li Yunxin sighed. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Let's talk nicely. What's the matter? Bai Yanjun laughed again. You are indeed a big animal. Think about Dragon's son. His real body is as big as a hill. Isn't it a big animal? You. Li Yunxin frowned slightly. Take over Dragon's son's body? I can only take over the bodies of those things. Bai Yanjun touched its tongue. Those so-called divine beasts, Humph. Dragon? Golden-winged Dapeng? Dragon's son? Or Kirin? TSK, TSK. In my eyes, they're just big animals. You should know that they are originally. When it said this, it seemed to feel that it had said something wrong, so it hurriedly stopped talking. Li Yunxin keenly noticed that this Bai Yanjun, the master of life and death of all things in the world, when it mentioned those divine beasts that it called big animals, its mood was not right. It was probably the kind of, hee, you just have some stinky money. What's the big deal? Now your husband still has a mistress, a slightly sour taste. If it experienced this, it didn't seem to be a bad choice. But why? Li Yunxin asked humbly. What's the difference between snatching their bodies and snatching a monkey's? Were they? Bai Yanjun smiled disdainfully. Everything in the world has a spirit. They were humans, after all. Their bodies and souls were one. Without either, they would be incomplete and would suffer damage. Because of this, after seizing someone's body, they will lose their 5 senses and only have an empty body. As for those beasts that have yet to develop intelligence, how can they possibly contain such a delicate thing like a human soul? Huh? Li Yunxin frowned. That dragon, Qilin and Rock, weren't they originally beasts as well? What do you know? This cannot be said. I don't want to tell you either. Bai Yanjun rubbed his tongue impatiently. You only need to know that when a person dies, only his shell remains. But when those big animals die, they have to leave an empty space. Leave an empty space? Li Yunxin couldn't understand what he meant. What empty space? Yamajun was unhappy again. He frowned. You're such a troublemaker. Empty is empty. If other things in this world are dead, they're dead. But this big animal died. Although its body is gone, there's still an empty space. It needs your soul to make up for the empty space. Hey, you'll know when the time comes. Hearing what it said, Li Yunxin pondered for a moment and understood. He didn't know whether this Bai Yanjun didn't want to say it like that, or this world didn't have such a saying. Li Yunxin felt that the empty space in its mouth, if he replaced it with a word he could understand, was actually godhood. This so-called big animal seemed to be hiding a secret. Thinking of this, he felt more at ease. He respectfully saluted this Bai Yanjun. Jun Shang, please continue to teach me how to do it. So you're so useful to me. Then I'll immediately kneel to you. Transformation seemed to make Bai Yanjun a little surprised. But after a moment of astonishment, she let out a shrill laugh. You little brat, you're really a wonderful person. You're really similar to the Devil King. Ha ha. Then I'll teach you. Listen carefully, I'll only say it once. If something happens to you at that time, even I won't be able to save you. He spoke quickly, and his voice was sharp. But Li Yunxin was smart and remembered it after only one time. But after remembering it, he deliberately asked a few more questions. That Yamajun seemed to be impatient and only used words like "think about it yourself" to dismiss him. Seeing that he couldn't get any more information, Li Yunxin flicked his sleeves and asked the ghost in the sleeve. Unexpectedly, this Bai Yanjun also knew about it. It waved its hand. Why do you make things difficult for this thing? This thing is more than 200 years old. It has been in the city of Wei for more than 460 years. It usually doesn't do evil. Although it devours souls, it only devours the souls of birds and beasts. It never hurts people. You said it killed livestock a few days ago. That's because it ate all the big birds and beasts near the city of Wei. So it went to devour livestock. You said that Dragon's son wants it? Haha, that Dragon's son is like a beast living here. He only thinks that the city of Wei is his nest, such a century-old ghost devouring birds and beasts. Of course he wants it. But this thing has some ability. It has been hiding for 300 or 400 years, and the two of them play around like this every few days. Haha, interesting. Why don't I keep this big ghost? Hee, this monarch. Can I find some fun? It's fun, so I keep it for fun. Li Yunxin slightly raised his eyebrows. This Yamajun seems to be saying something insincerely, but he didn't ask more and only said, but recently, it killed people. Bai Yanjun rolled his eyes. In more than 400 years, There will always be some deaths. My lord seems to be hiding something. Li Yunxin also knew the inclination of its attitude. Then the last question, since this big ghost was captured by Dragon Sun in the city of Wei and ate all the birds and beasts nearby, why didn't it leave? Why are you so noisy? Bai Yanjun raised his eyebrows. Li Yunxin could hear that it was really impatient. Why do you care about it? When you have enough fun, just let it go. Don't harm it. After saying this, it seemed to be afraid that Li Yunxin would not let it go, and disappeared in a flash. Only Li Yunxin was left standing at the entrance of the alley. After standing for a while, he slowly walked 2 steps to the wall. Then he slowly leaned his back against the wall and raised his head. Just like that, he silently looked at the sky for a very long time. The night sky above him had just gone through the baptism of wind and rain. There were no dark clouds, and the galaxy was shining. Li Yunxin looked at the almost colorful Milky Way, the familiar Big Dipper, and the silver plate-like moon, and let out a long sigh. The night sky of this world was almost the same as that of his previous world. It was almost, because at dawn every day, he could not see the morning star, never. At dusk, he could not see the Chang'e star, never. The morning star and the Chang'e star were Venus. This was a world where everything was very familiar, but there was always a trace of strangeness in the details. He wanted to take over. Fuck you. Li Yunxin exhaled again, pushed his palm against the wall, and bounced up. He straightened his back and continued to stride forward. Chapter 96. When Lu Lao Dao returned home, he saw Brother Xian staring blankly at a bronze mirror. A bronze mirror was a rare item for Lu Lao Dao. As a man, he didn't need to dress up, so he naturally didn't need such an item. Moreover, it was a bronze mirror. The one Brother Xian was looking at wasn't the size of a palm, but the size of a pot. Such a large item must be worth a fortune. Lao Dao had now learned to pay attention to small details like Brother Xian, and he noticed that there was some fine white powder in the engraving of the bronze mirror. He immediately knew that it wasn't new, and there was no place to buy it at this time. Ah, it's so late, and Brother Xian has borrowed this bronze mirror from some girl. Ah, Brother Xian, Lao Dao had drunk a little tonight, but he had restrained himself, so he was only a little more excited than usual. But he had just seen Brother Xian stir up a lot of trouble, and he was also hiding something in his heart. Thus, he became a little quiet. After watching him for a while, he picked up a stool by the door and sat down. He glanced at Li Yunxin from time to time as he picked up the fur balls on his sleeves. After picking up the sleeves, he picked up the ones on his collar. But Li Yunxin just stared blankly at the mirror, ignoring him. Lao Dao sighed in his heart, feeling a little sleepy, so he quietly got up and planned to return to his room. That was when he suddenly heard Li Yunxin mutter, as if to himself, "Am I very handsome?" Lao Dao was stunned for a moment, but he understood what handsome meant. Just like how Brother Xian usually said so cool and so handsome, he knew that it meant he was expressing his approval. So he said, "Yes, Brother Xian is very handsome." Li Yunxin sighed faintly. "Yes, I think so too. That's why a handsome, humorous, understanding, and promising young man like me can't die young. I'm only 14. Can I use the word die? TSK. How could Brother Xian say that?" Like most people in this era, Lu Lao Dao hurriedly spat a few times. "How can you say that?" Li Yunxin only smiled and looked at himself in the bronze mirror. After pondering for a while, Lao Dao sat down again and said in a low voice, "Brother Xian, Lao Dao, I don't have much ability. You've been taking care of me these days. Lao Dao, I don't know what you said to the fairy from the Langya Grotto Heaven and what your plans are. But if it's something bad, Brother Xian, don't worry. Will we be able to overcome this tribulation?" Li Yunxin didn't answer him immediately. Instead, he was silent for a while before he suddenly asked, "Old Lu, say, for example, you're a temple attendant. Now, a person comes to ask you how to do carpentry. He asks you how to use wood to make a big bird that can fly in the sky. But you tell him about it, and you even give him a detailed plan on how to saw the wood, how to make the mechanism, and how to put it together. What does this mean?" Whenever Li Yunxin spoke, Lu Laodao had always been very attentive. Although he didn't know what this question entailed, he felt that he could help Brother Xin with the details. Thus, he began to ponder. After thinking carefully for a while, he tried to speak. Logically speaking, I'm a temple attendant. How would I know anything about carpentry, let alone mechanisms? But if I tell you everything, then this method is definitely not what I want. Perhaps someone told me about this method, or perhaps I've seen someone do it before. Brother Xin, is this right? Of course it is. Li Yunxin looked at himself in the copper mirror and muttered to himself, it's the leader of hell. How would it have the leisure to study that? The spiritual energy in the painting is so clear that it's almost as though it's a grandmaster. But when I ask it a few more basic questions, it can't answer any of them. It'd be a miracle if it was the one who came up with this method. He stared at himself for a while longer, and then suddenly smiled. It was a genuine smile, almost as though all of his previous melancholy had been swept away, and he had finally figured out the crux of the matter. Awesome. He stood up from the mirror and stretched lazily. No wonder the twin sages are so awesome, but I've never heard of them causing such a ruckus in the Azura Temple. So, is this the reason why that person is so excited? Men really have to be more ruthless with themselves. Lu Laodao didn't know what Li Yunxin had figured out to make him so happy. That said, he always liked this side of Li Yunxin. He was always confident, as though he could solve any problem. Thus, he also felt that his mood had improved. Now that he was in a better mood, he tried to ask about something else. Brother Xin, there's something else. It's about my fellow Taoists, them. I know what you want to ask. Li Yunxin paced around the room briskly, and his tone became cheerful again. You're such a good person. Are you really afraid that they'll get into trouble because of my paintings? You people still have to learn one more thing. The painting is the most rugged, and the sanctai is the one who takes the clothes. He waved his hand strangely. I'm here as an expert to impart some experience to you. The example might be a little inappropriate, but it's not crude at all. For example, you, old Lu. You had a dispute with Qiao Duanhong of the Qiao clan, and there's a grudge between you and them. Let's first exclude the fact that you're a pervert or a mental patient, and just say that you're a normal person. Would you go and find the stray dogs one by one, just because Qiao Duanhong fed them by the roadside, and beat them all to death? Lu Laodao opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say that he wouldn't, but he couldn't open his mouth. Li Yunxin spread out his hands. Like I said, the example is inappropriate. I'm not scolding you. Besides, heaven and earth are heartless and treat all living things as straw dogs. There's actually no difference between humans and dogs. I'm just saying, can you understand what I'm saying? Yes. Lu Laodao nodded. Then where are they? Have they gone back to their own homes? They found an inn in the city and booked it. Lu Laodao sighed. They're all waiting for you, Brother Xin. Look at you, sighing again. Do you think I'm too overbearing? Sigh. Li Yunxin laughed and walked out of the door with his hands behind his back. The moonlight in the courtyard was like water, and the shadows of the bamboos were dancing. He opened his hands. Look, what a beautiful scene. I could have lived a leisurely and carefree life in this small villa, but there are so many idiots who make me restless. That ninth young master must be crazy. He said I'm interesting and wanted to visit me often. Who the F***CK wants to see me? That Ling Kongzi is a madman as well. He also said I'm interesting and wanted to bring me back to the mountain. I'm F***king scared of being cut into pieces. There's also a retard. Let's not talk about him. He doesn't look like a good person. Oh, actually, he's not a human. You see, I'm just a place of the outer fringe, a fortress. I could have gone anywhere in the world. But, because of my poor background, they all came looking for me. Now I'm hiding, but I'm still being found. It's because they're awesome. Daodong, Kinzo, they're amazing. I'm weak and powerless. That's why I'm not happy now. If I'm not happy, people will die. Li Yunxin turned around and looked at Lu Laodao. Just watch. In a few days, these idiots, all of them will die. Not a single one will be left alive. Chapter 97. His oath made Lu Laodao speechless. The old man looked at him, standing in the moonlight, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. Brother Exine's situation was not right at all. He did not doubt that this mysterious master, named Li Yunxin, could do what he said. Li Yunxin had given him enough surprises. But he felt that Li Yunxin's words were too tragic and resolute. So much so that Lao Dao felt a little worried. He always felt that a person like Brother Exine would not stay by his side forever. One day, when the wind and clouds gather, he will transform into a dragon and leave. He sighed in his heart. He spent the night like this. The next day, when the sky turned white, Lu Lao Dao looked into Li Yunxin's room. Brother Exine seemed to have stayed up all night, drawing. He knew that Li Yunxin did not give him the paintings of the temples out of kindness. He must have his own plans. But after thinking about it for a night, he felt that what Li Yunxin said was right. Even if he had his own plans, it was still a good thing for the temples. The paintings of the prince and the dragon lady were still there in the front yard, and there were still people coming to worship them. They all said that it had the effect of calming the mind, and some people even offered 100 taels of silver for it. Brother Exine was in the transcendent state. Lu Lao Dao could not help but exclaim. He had heard of Taoist priests and swordsmen in the transcendent state, but who had ever heard of a painter in the transcendent state? After a while, Li Yunxin pushed the door open and walked out, with a roll of paper under his arm. Lao Dao also hurried out. Brother Exine, what are you doing today? He always felt that he was involved in a big event. This made him very nervous and worried, but he also felt a sense of excitement that he had not felt for many years. Li Yunxin handed him a roll of paper. It's all here. 37 copies. You go and divide it up for them, and frame it for offering when you get home. You know what they do. Just tell him that I'll go for a checkup in a few days. Forget it. If he wasn't an idiot, he would know what to do upon seeing this painting. Well, when you're done, tell them to hurry back. I'm going out for a stroll. When Lu Lao Dao heard this, he suddenly felt his hands become heavy. Those were the 37 idols. Nearly 4,000 taels of silver. He immediately felt a little unsteady on his feet. However, he still stopped him. Brother Exine, what are your plans? Do you want to tell me? Lao Dao, I'm afraid that I'll ruin your plans. Li Yunxin smiled and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he only recited 2 lines of a poem. I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, only because I am in this mountain. Have you heard of this poem? When Lao Dao heard this, he only felt that it was good, but he couldn't understand the meaning of it. He could only shake his head. Brother Exine, your poem, it's not my poem, it's a poem I copied. He patted Lu Lao Dao's arm hard and pointed at the paintings. Settle this matter. Please. Although he said it casually, Lu Lao Dao could hear the seriousness in his words. He nodded seriously. Don't worry. The two went out together. Lao Dao went to the inn where the Taoists were temporarily staying, while Li Yunxin went out of the city. He put a simple talisman on himself, so that he walked like a gust of wind, fast, but not so fast that it would attract attention. It took him an hour to get out of the city of Wei. He estimated that it was only 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. Once out of the city, the scenery was totally different. Looking to the east, there was a mountain range that stretched like a dragon, and looking to the west, there was a vast expanse of flat land. A smooth official road went straight to the north. If you followed this official road, you would eventually arrive at the capital of the kingdom of Qing, Jinghua. But Li Yunxin traveled with some ox carts, horse carriages, and hawkers carrying vegetables for a while, and then turned into another road. Although this road was not as orderly as the official road, there was a row of lush trees on both sides. Behind the trees was an irrigation ditch, and then large tracts of fertile land. There were few people on this road, except for a peasant woman who held a basket of goose eggs tightly in her arms. She vigilantly watched him for a while, and then turned into another small road. So he was left alone and walked for another hour. The trees on both sides gradually thinned, and the field of vision gradually widened. There was a slight smell of water in the air, and there was no longer only the sound of birds and insects, but more background sounds. After walking for a while, he could finally hear the sound of rushing water. At the end of the road was a ferry. There were 2 or 3 small boats moored there. Seeing Li Yunxin coming from afar, one of the boatmen asked in a loud voice if he wanted to cross the river. Li Yunxin looked and shook his head. So they went back to chatting, ignoring him. He got off the road and walked along the river. There were thick reeds growing by the river, and there was no riverbank. He didn't know how deep the Wei River was, but it was very wide. There should have been a dock on the other side of the ferry, but even with Li Yunxin's eyesight, he couldn't see it clearly. It was hidden in the mist. If he said it was a big river, even if he said it was a big lake, people would still believe it. Li Yunxin was a little absent-minded by the wide water surface. She also saw many huge whirlpools on the surface of the water and the waves brought by the rapid water flow. Who knew how many monsters were hiding under the water surface? He took a few more steps and walked up to a small hill covered with green grass by the river. He stood there and looked at it carefully for a while. As far as he knew, the Qin kingdom was landlocked. There were many dynasties in this world. The Qin kingdom wasn't the largest, but it wasn't the smallest either. Since the Qin kingdom was landlocked, then this part wouldn't be the estuary of the Wei River, but the middle reaches. If the middle reaches of a big river could have such a scene, who knew how majestic the lower reaches of the Wei River would be? The sound of water surged in his ears, and his body was covered in mist. Looking at the water and sky merging into one, with no end in sight, he let out a long breath after a while. No wonder there were people who wanted to fight for the world. When sitting in the study, the word world was only a broad concept. You could imagine mountains and rivers, but in your imagination, you were like a giant looking down on them. They were shrunk in your consciousness. But now, seeing this scene with his own eyes, just seeing this river made him feel majestic. This entire world must be majestic and extraordinary. If adding this thought, this Wei River will be mine. I will soon become the master of this vast and majestic Wei River, the Wei River Dragon King. Li Yunxin held his breath and stared at the extremely wide surface of the water for a quarter of an hour before finally exhaling. It seems that thinking like this makes me feel much better. All right, my friend, it's time for us to meet. So, he took out a piece of paper from his sleeve. With a flick of his finger, the paper turned to ash. The shadow of the ninth young master appeared out of thin air, standing where he was and staring straight at him. Li Yunxin patiently looked at him for a while, and the shadow gradually blurred and disappeared. He sat down on the carpet-like grass, and amidst the sound of the wind and waves, he softly hummed a song. The grassland that witnessed the death of the gods is a field of wildflowers, far away. The wind is farther away. Chapter 98. Li Yunxin finished humming a song, but the ninth young master hadn't arrived yet. He stood up and used another portrait. Just like before, this portrait contained bits of the ninth young master's aura. In fact, if the ninth young master worshipped this portrait, he would also absorb the power of faith. After using the second portrait, he sat down again and continued to hum. Just like this time, all the way until noon. He used 9 of them in total. The sun moved to the top of his head. The sky was blue and beautiful, without a single cloud. The sunlight steamed the leaves and grass, and his cotton robe was also dry and warm. Beads of sweat even began to seep out of his body. But he didn't try to stretch his body. Instead, he wrapped himself up. After a quarter of an hour, his brow began to perspire. He had not had anything to drink or eat for the whole night and the whole morning, so he looked a little disheveled at the moment. He rubbed his eyes and took out the 10th portrait. After the green light of this portrait dissipated, Li Yunxin heard footsteps behind him and a familiar voice. "Why are you so anxious to call me? Are you in a hurry to die?" It wasn't a friendly tone. It seemed that the person who spoke was quite unhappy. But Li Yunxin heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he suddenly turned around. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a panicked and anxious expression. "Ninth young master, something bad has happened." Seeing his expression, the ninth young master's originally hostile face slightly froze. After a moment, a cruel and strange smile appeared, and a row of sharp teeth appeared. "Then tell me why something bad, When he said this, The teeth in his mouth slowly grew longer. By the time he uttered the word, "ah," in a long, rhetorical tone, his grin had almost reached his ears, and the white teeth in his mouth had already turned into fangs. Such a mouthful of teeth appeared on the body of a handsome man, and under the bright sun, it was strange and terrifying. His demeanor and tone made it seem as if he was filled with anger and was about to denounce Li Yunxin, but found that Li Yunxin's reaction was completely unexpected. Therefore, his anger was held back because of this abnormality, but he held it in for the time being, and in a most dangerous manner, he intended to listen to what the man before him had to say. Once there was a disagreement, it would explode out twice as fast. Li Yunxin wiped his sweat and didn't care about his attitude. He quickly pointed at the Wei River and said, "You should leave now. There is no time to explain. Someone wants your life. I've been waiting here to talk to you about this. I thought you couldn't come. I have plenty of time." The ninth young master's eyes gradually turned pale yellow. His pupils became thinner and thinner. Li Yunxin knew that this was a sign of extreme anger. But he still didn't care. "If you treat me as a friend, then hurry up and leave. Do you know that I don't have long to live? Do you want me to die for nothing?" He took a deep breath and said before the ninth young master's pupils turned into thin lines, "I've asked someone to change all your god positions around the city of Wei. Although I don't know if it's effective or not, but she's found out." As soon as he said this, it was as if time had stopped and the gears were stuck. The ninth young master's extremely angry expression froze on his face. Then his eyes suddenly softened, and he became a normal person again. "You? What? You asked someone to do this? You did this on purpose?" Li Yunxin blinked his eyes in surprise. "Ah, you know about this?" The ninth young master didn't say anything. His eyes rolled around in his eye sockets. After a while, he said gloomily, "Then tell me, why did you do this?" "I know your way, River Dragon King," Li Yunxin shouted excitedly. "That day when he came to find me, I thought about it and felt that there must be a reason. I checked the temple records and the breath in the Sanhiku Dragon King temple. Then I knew that your way, River Dragon King, the god position in Lu Laodao's temple, was yours. In order to break the seal on my body, I changed your god position for mine so that I could enjoy the power of incense and wish. Then I knew." Li Yunxin clenched his teeth and looked straight at the ninth young master, as if he was trying hard to suppress his emotions. "Then I knew this. You really treat me as a friend." As soon as he said this, the ninth young master's handsome face leaned back slightly, but soon leaned forward again. It was as if the strong and turbulent emotions expressed by Li Yunxin were like violent waves, shocking and unbearable to him. But in a flash, he realized that was the emotion he had been longing for. The sense of security of being cared for without any cost, exchange, or sacrifice. The ninth young master was Qi-1, the ninth son of the dragon. Last night, Li Yunxin asked the big ghost in detail. The big ghost had been alive for more than 460 years, and it had been hiding with the ninth young master for so long. In the city of Wei, it was the one who knew Dragon's son best. In the Qianghua building, Li Yunxin knew that the ninth young master was looking for the big ghost, so he asked Lu Ling to help him get it. He only thought that since the ninth young master was looking for him, he might have something that his good friend valued. Maybe he could make use of it. But what he learned from the big ghost last night was far beyond his imagination. Although the big ghost was not as logical and clear-minded as ordinary people, it was different from the departed soul like Xiao Jiasen. Li Yunxin only asked him for 2 hours, and he understood a lot of things. The ninth young master, he was not favored. There was a Shinryu in this world. There was only one Shinryu. This Shinryu was a mythical beast that ruled the world of water creatures and even demons. It was almost equivalent to the emperor of the demon world. But the emperor of Shinryu was not bestowed by anyone. It got it by itself. It was said that when the Shinryu was born, there were many powerful demons in the world, but they were all subdued by the Shinryu. Then the nobles of the demon world surrendered to the dragon, which gave it supreme authority. Since the world was peaceful, the Shinryu went into hiding. After hiding, it was bestowed with 9 sons. They were Chionyo, Hatred, Chaofeng, Paleo Lao, Basya, His Majesty, Fuwu, and Chiwen. These 9 sons were in charge of 70% of the water in the world. Although this kind of control was not absolute, it was more like a lord in name. But no matter what, the world was huge. According to Li Yunxin's estimation, the territory of the Daqing state was about a third of the country he was in before. But this kind of territory was only a medium empire among the many dynasties. To the north of the Qing kingdom, across the Yi kingdom, was the super ruler of the known world, Li. The territory of the Li kingdom was about 10 times the size of the Qing kingdom, and the emperor of the Li kingdom called himself the Sky Emperor. Chapter 99. In such a big world, there are many rivers. 70% of the water belonged to Jiuzi when there was only one-way river, and it was only in name. After leaving the Qing kingdom, the river basin was not something he could control. The big ghost didn't know why it was like this, but it was not important. Li Yunxin already knew why the 9th young master was like this. The 9th young master was like this. The jealousy, the loneliness, the moodiness, and the strong desire to be recognized were all there was in him. This was practically a textbook example of a patient with serious chronic psychological trauma because of childhood, family, and difficulties he encountered when he was young. Thus, after Li Yunxin said this, the 9th young master's anger immediately disappeared. Li Yunxin breathed a second sigh of relief in his heart. Although demons didn't have much humanity, they were still intelligent and logical creatures. Even if their logic was different from that of humans and had its own system, it was still considered logic, and it was still in his hand. The banished Long Sun, after hearing Li Yunxin's words, stood by the surging Wei River, as if trying hard to make himself look more ferocious. In the end, he was confused by the things that suddenly filled his heart. After a few breaths, he finally said fiercely, "If so, why did you do this?" At this moment, Li Yunxin no longer looked panicked. He straightened his body, took a deep breath, and said word by word, "9th young master, have you heard of this story? The king of Tianfang Kingdom had a guest named Pianli. This retainer had served 3 countries in succession, but all of them had been destroyed. Therefore, Pianli came to Tianfang Kingdom. Later, Tianfang Kingdom was also destroyed. The guest ran away as usual. After a few years, the king of Yitin Kingdom, who destroyed Tianfang Kingdom and killed the king, was assassinated when he was crossing a bridge. But he was safe, and the assassin was caught. The king of Yitin Kingdom asked him why he wanted to assassinate him. This assassin said that he was the retainer of the former Tianfang Kingdom's monarch, Bianli. During these years, he cut his face with a knife and disfigured his face. He swallowed the hot coal again to destroy his voice. After waiting for so long, I finally got this chance. Li Yunxin paused and wiped the sweat off his face, giving him time to think. The expression on Dragon Sun's face had become quite complicated. This was the first time that Li Yunxin had seen him show such emotions that were similar to those of a normal human being. He frowned and asked, "Why didn't you escape this time?" This piece says that when he was serving the monarchs all treated him as a servant. But when he followed the king of Tianfang Kingdom, the king treated him as a kingdom scholar. Therefore, Li Yunxin straightened his body, his expression solemn and dignified. Amidst the rushing waves of the Wei River, he said, "Your Majesty treats me as a scholar of the state, and I repay you as a scholar of the state. You saved me once in that temple. You saved me again in Qinga County. To you, it was as easy as lifting a finger. But to me, it was the grace of a new life. Previously, I didn't know the trick and used the power of faith to break the seal. I had already broken the taboo of cultivation and could no longer advance. Since that's the case, I will repay you with my life." That woman knew that I was your friend, so she threatened me and asked me to help her kill you. How can I be an ungrateful person? I told that woman that you are the Wei River Dragon King and enjoy the power of faith. Once you get rid of all the temples that worship you, you will lose the faith of many believers, and your strength will be greatly reduced. At that time, we can kill you. That woman didn't believe me. I naturally have a way to make her believe. Li Yunxin smiled sadly. To replace the statue of a god with a portrait, I need some spiritual energy. Only then will the temple attendant and the temple master feel that it is a real god and willingly change it. So I told her, if she doesn't believe me, I will be the one who is worshipped. I am a human. If I receive the power of faith, I will die. I don't even want my own life. Naturally, she believed me. Li Yunxin shook his head. She asked me why I did that. I said that when I was with you, I had killed a lot of people. If your death is related to me, I will have no face to live in this world. After saying this, Li Yunxin started to take deep breaths. His chest was moving up and down violently. It seemed that his emotions were surging, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The ninth young master stood in front of him and listened to him in a daze. After listening to him, he was stunned for a few seconds and suddenly became furious. He waved his hand and hit Li Yunxin a few feet away. His face suddenly became ferocious, and he shouted angrily, "Idiot! Idiot! Idiot! I found you interesting in vain. I am the Wei River Dragon King. The Wei River Dragon King. How dare you act like this? Idiot! What an idiot!" He was like a child, jumping in anger on the spot, but he didn't attack Li Yunxin anymore. After he shouted for a quarter of an hour, he suddenly fell to the ground and looked at Li Yunxin, who had sat up from the grass. He stared at him for a while and suddenly sighed. "You, man, why didn't you tell me earlier?" The power of that angry strike was very strong. However, Li Yunxin was wearing the soft armor that he gave him, so he only felt a little sweetness in his throat. Looking at his furious look, he knew that he was expressing his feelings. He didn't know how long the dragons lived, and he also didn't know how long the demons could live before they could be considered as adults. But looking at the ninth young master, he knew he was still a child. At least mentally, he was still a child. He didn't know how to express his feelings, and he didn't know how to control his feelings. He was happy because he got his first real friendship, but this happiness soon turned into depression because of the bad news. Li Yunxin didn't even need to use much strength. He had completely controlled his emotions. Looking at him like this, even Li Yunxin suddenly felt a little pity in his heart. This dragon's son, at least at this moment, really treated him as a friend? Because he couldn't bear it. He even started to think, maybe he could change to another method. However, when the ninth young master said the next sentence, this little bit of soft feelings and fantasy completely disappeared in Li Yunxin's heart. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The ninth young master's voice had slowly calmed down. "I found the place where you released the ghost." "You released the ghost, didn't you?" "Humph. I have been looking for it. In the end, it was still found by this young master. That ghost said you borrowed the bronze mirror from that family. Humph. I was angry at you at that time. I saw the girl's skin was soft and tender, so I grabbed her and ate her. Now I know what happened, humph." The ninth young master frowned. "I wouldn't have eaten it if I had known. Actually, the taste wasn't that good. But she's just a human after all." He seemed to be a little ashamed. But this little bit of shame quickly disappeared like the dew under the scorching sun. "Sigh. Since it's like this, you have to die, huh? I have no other way. Pity you, sigh. Then tell me, what did you say to that woman?" Li Yunxin's expression didn't change at all. Even his eyelids didn't tremble. He looked at the ninth young master calmly. "The woman you mentioned, is she from the In family? A young girl? Called Inshiwero? Maybe?" The ninth young master frowned, as if he had more patience because of Li Yunxin's sacrifice. "Who has the patience to remember her name? She's just a blood sacrifice. If you like it, I'll sacrifice a few more for you after you die." "Oh." Li Yunxin smiled slightly. He lowered his head, remained silent for a while, and then spoke again. But his voice had become clear and organized. "So it's like this. I told that woman, I'll pretend to be your friend and stand on your side. When you two fight, I'll take advantage of you and put a talisman to seal your cultivation temporarily. At that time, you'll be at my mercy. But at that time," Li Yunxin enunciated clearly, his eyes clear and cold, staring straight at Long Sun in front of him. I'll use this talisman on her. The ninth young master frowned slightly and thought for a while. He looked at Li Yunxin again, his eyes rolling. Then he tilted his head slightly. It's that simple. No matter what kind of strategy, the simpler and more effective it is, the better. Li Yunxin looked at him and answered, if there are too many links and variables in strategy, it's easy to go wrong and lose the game. So, it's really that simple. I'll decide the winner. The ninth young master thought for a while, and suddenly showed a troubled expression. That woman. Did you say she's a Taoist? A Taoist in the transcendent state. She said, she's here to kill Long Sun. Humph. If I happen to be busy that day, you have nowhere to go, my friend. Li Yunxin interrupted him, and for the first time, said in a tough and serious tone, you have nowhere to hide, my friend. This way, river, isn't it yours? Where else can it be? The ninth young master suddenly opened his eyes wide. How dare you talk to me like this? But Li Yunxin only sighed. I'm a dying man. His words made Long Sun calm down again. He frowned angrily, paced a few steps, and said angrily, I'm Wei River Dragon King. As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud rose from the ground and rolled him into the river. Li Yunxin turned around and stared at the direction where he entered the river for a while. Then he raised his head, faced the sun, closed his eyes, and let out a long breath from his nostrils. Demons, I just caught them and ate them. Such a simple sentence was uttered in such a simple manner. Li Yunxin knew that if she had any soft thoughts, she would be seeking her own death. Maybe one day, this sentence would come true for him. Being friends with an orange didn't mean that he wouldn't eat oranges. When eating oranges, did he need to think about the feelings of the orange? He sighed again, stuck another talisman on himself, and walked towards the city. This matter was over. The ninth young master wanted to hide, but he knew he couldn't. Without Wei River, what was he? He could only accept the challenge. Lu Ling would probably be curious about what he did outside the city. Lu Ling, was in the transcendent state. Although Li Yunxin's ocean of qi and mountain of snow was sealed, he was also in the transcendent state. Since that was the case, she wouldn't be so stupid to try to spy on him. So, since he had already repaid his life, she would go back and lure him into a trap. Chapter 100. By the time he returned to the city, it was already past noon. He turned onto the official road, which was 100 li of fertile fields on both sides, and heard the sound of Suona. He knew that the Lu family was holding a funeral. That night, he had only heard the waiter say that someone had died, but he didn't know what kind of family background the Lu family had. Now that he looked at the official road, it was clear. The funerals held by the people of Qing were a bit strange. When foreigners came to Qing, they would think that the people of Qing were celebrating rather than mourning. When someone died in a normal family, they would invite an opera troupe to sing for a while. The repertoire was usually the two monarchs or the legend of the rivers and willows. But this Lu family had actually built a stage outside the city. Li Yunxin realized that this was the legendary immortal voice carrying the coffin for 100 li. There was a stage every 5 li, regardless of whether or not there were people watching, but they had to sing for a full 24 hours. He walked forward for a while and saw the stage. In the morning, they had built a 3-foot-high stage and a canopy to shelter them from the rain and sun. 3 actors were singing happily on the stage, and there were only 3 passers-by watching. They were an old man with a bun in his hair, a strong man, and a young boy. Li Yunxin walked to the side of the stage and casually glanced at it. He suddenly felt that it was a bit interesting. It was not the kind of play he thought it was. Rather than a play, it was more like a play. This was the first time he had seen a play of the Qing kingdom. The singing style was very common, and there were even dialogues in the middle, as well as decent stage props. He felt that this thing was more like a combination of opera and play from his time. This was fun. This unexpected and novel scene caused him to unconsciously slow down his footsteps and take a few more glances at it. He found that they were playing the two monarchs. In this world, when people mention monarchs, they usually refer to Black by Yanjun. Li Yunxin had dealt with those two before, So he decided to stop and see what the two monarchs were like in the eyes of the common people. He found that the two monarchs told the story of how Black by Yanjun became Black by Yanjun. It was said that the two monarchs were originally people from the heavens, a pair of brothers. The Black Yama Lord was the elder brother, while Bai Yanjun was the younger brother. Bai Jun was unscrupulous in his actions and caused trouble everywhere he went. As his elder brother, Hei Jun had repeatedly advised him, but Bai Jun was unrepentant. One day, Bai Jun was short of money to drink, so he stole the celestial Thearka's golden dung ladle and sold it in exchange for wine. A few days later, when the Celestial Emperor was going to dig out his own manure pit, he discovered that the scoop of manure was missing, so he got angry. As soon as the Celestial Arch flared up, a rain of fire began to fall from the sky. This rain of fire lasted for 300 years, and in the end, all the humans were burned to death. It was only after the humans were all dead that the Celestial Arch realized that Bai Jun had stolen the manure ladle. He said that humans in the mortal world had died because of Bai Jun, and that Bai Jun had committed a grave sin and wanted to execute him. However, Hei Jun pleaded for his younger brother, saying that since people were dead and the mortal world was full of dead souls, he was willing to stay with his younger brother in the dark center of the celestial sphere forever, becoming a pair of Yama kings who accompanied the dead souls and dealt with those dead souls. The Celestial Emperor was moved by the deep affection between the two brothers and agreed to his request. However, he was also afraid that the two of them would come to the mortal world and reveal the secrets of heaven, so he erased most of their memories. The two brothers thanked him repeatedly, then descended to the mortal world and became the later Black Bai Yanjun. When Li Yunxin looked at it, it was Hei Jun and Bai Jun who were disguised as the people of the celestial court, singing, "I, the celestial Arch, am magnanimous and benevolent," asked the black and white brothers to transform into human beings. He was a little dazed, and after a while he let out a breath. What kind of F***king worldview is this? This was said a little too loudly, and it startled the old man in front of him. The old man looked like he came from a well-to-do family. He wore a cotton robe with fine stitches, and his beard was clean and soft. He turned his head to look at Li Yunxin, and asked, "Why did this little brother say such a thing?" Li Yunxin wanted to turn around and leave, but for some reason, he felt a sense of irritation in his heart. He frowned slightly, squinted his eyes under the hot sun, and looked at the silly man and ignorant child who had also turned around to look at him. He stuck out his tongue and pursed his dry lips and said, "Sir, didn't you notice something wrong?" The old man stroked his beard and thought for a while, "No." Li Yunxin sighed. The Celestial Arch is sick. His dung ladle was stolen, and he killed mortals to vent his anger. He killed everyone, and then said it was because of Bai Yanjun, and then a group of people sang praises of him. What kind of logic is this? The old man thought for a while, but did not say anything. Instead, it was the tanned, simple-looking man who said, how can you say that? The Celestial Arch is the Celestial Arch. How could the Celestial Arch do anything wrong? Besides, the world is big, and the Celestial Arch is the most powerful. Whatever he does, who can control him? He thought for a while, and then used the pair of straw sandals on his feet to rub the dried yellow mud on the wooden hoe beside him. Besides, this is the way of the world. The wicked drink and eat meat, while the good suffer from the cold and poverty. Little brother, I understand what you were saying. You want to talk about justice. How can there be justice in this world? The teachers teach the children that the world has its own justice. If you ask me, how can there be justice? Whether a matter is fair or not, isn't it up to the adults to decide? Hearing him say this, the old man hurriedly shook his head. No, there is justice in this world. Not only is there justice, but there must also be kindness, and the neighbors help each other and live in harmony. If there is no such thing, the world will be chaotic. Look at how different people are from birds and beasts. For example, today, when you went up the mountain to collect grass, you were injured by a beast on the side of the road. This old man saw that you were seriously injured, so I must help you. This is justice and kindness. Bah! So unlucky. The strong man suddenly became angry and spat on the ground, There is no reason to listen to such unlucky words. You old killer. After saying that, he snorted again, picked up the wooden hoe, and left. The old man's face turned red, and he was stunned for a while before stamping his feet. Hey, this person is unreasonable. Some thoughts emerged in Li Yunxin's mind. He wanted to say something, but when he saw the old man and the child in front of him, he felt his interest waning. At this time, the three performers on the stage finished their performance, changed their costumes, and sat by the side of the stage to drink cold tea to rest. Seeing the old man stomping his feet in anger, the person who played the Celestial Emperor laughed. Look at you, old man. It's not like you don't know anything. That man looks like he has a poor life, trying to make a living in the fields and mountains. Why are you cursing him for being injured by a beast and not cursing him to die? How can I not be angry? After drinking some water and wiping the sweat from his forehead, he said to Li Yunxin, Little brother, you look like you come from a rich family, but you don't know the suffering of the world. How can there be so much justice in this world? This world is the law of the jungle, isn't it? Look, even if our Da-Qing State's emperor is wise and just judges the suffering of the world, you think there is justice in this world. But where did the Da-Qing State's rivers and mountains come from? It was Emperor Taizu who took it from the hands of the previous emperor. This Da-Qing State's justice, in the end, is it not because the weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are respected? So this world has always been like this. There is no such thing as justice. But even if there is no such thing, people must believe in it. Because there is no such thing, if they still don't believe in it, then they are no different from beasts. That's why children always like to say that there is injustice here and there, or feel that there is no justice in this world, and that it is okay to do all kinds of bad things. But only people who think clearly know that there is no such thing as justice in this world. But because there is no such thing, people must believe in it. Otherwise, if this world has no rules, etiquette, and ethics, you are not the only one who could do bad things. When you go out and do bad things, when you return home, you find that your whole family has been killed. Isn't that even worse? If the world is finished, what good can you get? So I really don't like people who say that there is no such thing as justice in this world, and that everyone should be selfish. I also don't like people who think that this world should be fair and reasonable. Both of them are childish. He said all this in one breath. Next to him, Black Bai Yanjun laughed and punched him on the shoulder. As a person who used to be a believer, you really know how to talk. Unfortunately, I don't understand. After listening to his words, the old man stood still and frowned, deep in thought. Li Yunxin laughed and carefully looked at the middle-aged actor who played the Emperor of Heaven. He cupped his hands and asked, How should I address you? Hey, I'm just an actor. There is no need to address me. Call me Old Wang. The actor smiled and waved his hand. He put down his bowl and stood up to greet the two people beside him. Get up. If we release the Godfather again, we can't play tricks and take his money for nothing. Li Yunxin smiled and watched him put on his costume again. He thought for a moment and took out a piece of talisman paper from his sleeve. Then, he bit his finger and drew a simple little person on the talisman paper. Then he put the paper on the edge of the stage. It could be blown away by a strong wind. I'm giving you a talisman. He said to the actor who had already started singing, It can save your life. The actor glanced at him. He was still singing, but it was unknown if he heard him clearly. However, Li Yunxin had already turned and walked away. The sun was at its strongest in the afternoon. The air on the road was slightly distorted. The music from the stage quickly turned into a faint background noise. After a while, there was only the rough sound of his shoes rubbing against the road. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard someone beside him ask, Why did you give him a talisman? It's a talisman drawn with your own blood, and with your level of cultivation, it's hard to even ask for an emperor in the mortal world. Li Yunxin glanced sideways, then looked up at the sky. I forgot one thing. You are a Taoist priest in the place of the outer fringe. You could go to heaven. So you were following me just now? Yes, Ling Kongzi said. Li Yunxin heaved a sigh. I hope you can understand. Ling Kongzi kept quiet. After a while, she asked again, Why did you give him a talisman? He is just a mortal man. There is always someone who can learn from me. What he said made me feel a little better. When people are in a good mood, they will be willful. I was being willful just now. Li Yunxin turned to look at her. I'm only 14, the age where I can be willful. How old are you? Ling Kongzi walked with him, but her steps were light as if she was flying. She hesitated for a while and said, 18, a genius girl. You are already at the peak of the transcendent state at 18. Li Yunxin exclaimed, but you are at the peak of the transcendent state. Can you handle Dragon's Son? Tell me what you were doing when you saw him. Didn't you hear us? I can listen, but you will definitely notice it. So I only watched from afar. Oh, Li Yunxin cracked a smile. After a while, she said, I replaced all the deity positions that belonged to him. Without the blessing of prayers, he would become weaker. At least, he would not become stronger. I told him that I did it, because you forced me to do it. I did it to win your trust. I would pretend to be on your side when you were fighting and then give you a fatal blow. He believed you? Logically speaking, I shouldn't believe it, but I can't not believe it. I've absorbed the power of will from the incense into my own body. I am a dying man. How could he not believe me? He was still walking forward, yet Ling Kongzi had stopped his footsteps. She only paused for a moment before grabbing his arm from behind and checking his pulse. After a few seconds, she let go of him. You, why did you do that? You're only 14, and you're almost at the peak of the transcendent state. Do you know what that means? Genius. The kind that is rarely seen in hundreds or thousands of years. Li Yunxin said casually. Anyway, you are awesome. Ling Kongzi stared at him. Her chest heaved up and down a few times. She forced herself to calm down quickly. Seeing that she was not so agitated, Li Yunxin continued to walk forward. Now, at this moment, maybe a few temples had changed the blessing of prayers, because he felt more and more intense pain, as if he was being cut by a knife. This pain caused his footsteps to become slightly slower, and his complexion to become even worse. When Ling Kongzi caught up, he said, Do you know, someone from the Yin family died last night. Oh, of course you don't know about the Yin family. The Yin family is quite influential in the city of Wei. They have a constable named Yin Pingji, who is very popular. But that's not important. He has a little girl. She is 15 or 16 years old, and she likes me very much. She used to come to the Dragon King Temple to play and talk to me. But she is a girl after all. Although she is lively and bold, she is not old enough to confess to me. So she pesters me every day and smiles when she sees me. She doesn't like green onions. Well, green onions are fine. She died last night. It was casually eaten by the Dragon's Son, because I went to borrow a mirror before. Li Yunxin was silent for a while. He sighed and turned to look at Lu Ling seriously. Do you think she died because of me? Tell me, don't you think those great fiendish demons deserve to die? After a while, Lu Ling said softly, You should be used to seeing dead people. You should have killed people before. I did kill a lot of people, but those people came to me first. Li Yunxin smiled, but she was good to me. Lu Ling did not say anything. So I also have a part in the evil that I did with Dragon's Son. Just now the actor talked about morality. From the perspective of humanity, I should not be with the demons. I deserve to die. From the perspective of humanity, since I see the ninth young master as a friend, I should not have worked with you to harm him. I deserve to die too. I am also an immoral person. Only by dying can I be worthy of myself. I said I wanted to go back to the mountain with you. I have no choice. You. Lu Ling said this word, but he didn't know what else to say. Li Yunxin laughed, so I did it voluntarily. This is called self-redemption, right? I used my life to win his trust. In fact, I can win your trust. If I didn't do it, how would you know if I was telling the truth? Then, I want to know, you are at the peak of the transcendent state. Can you and I really kill Dragon's Son? If the Dragon's Son is a little stronger, yes. If the two Dragon Sons are as strong, or even stronger, do we have a handle? Chapter 101. Lu Ling had grown fond of silence. Li Yunxin couldn't see her expression, but he could tell that she was happy to see her expression change. After a while, she said, You really don't care about your life. Sigh. Maybe that's why you were a genius. It's a pity that you. She glanced at Li Yunxin. You could have come back with me, and maybe you wouldn't have died. After a few more steps, the city gate was already in sight. There was a post house on the side of the road that provided shelter for passersby. Lu Ling tugged at Li Yunxin's sleeve and said, "Let's take a break." She could already see the cold sweat on Li Yunxin's forehead and his pale lips. Based on her experience, she knew that he wasn't faking it. Li Yunxin took a few deep breaths and walked into the post house. He sat down on a long bench that was made from a few pieces of rough wood. There were 3 women sitting on the bench with baskets on their arms. They moved aside when they saw the 2 of them. Maybe it was because Lu Ling and Li Yunxin looked like sons and daughters of rich families, so they gave up half of the bench. However, Ling Kongzi didn't sit down. Instead, she stood next to Li Yunxin. She pressed 2 acupuncture points on Li Yunxin's shoulder and said, "Dragon Sun has 9. Not even a peak stage true state Taoist will be able to defeat the 8th Dragon Sun. But this one is the 9th Dragon Sun, and he is the weakest one. I am at the peak stage of transcendent state, and I have a Dharma treasure with me. He is so weak." Li Yunxin murmured, "Weak? Not all." Ling Kongzi shook her head. "This 9th Dragon Sun is at the peak stage of transcendent state. But the peak stage of transcendent state for us cultivators contains too many things. Cultivation methods, experience and techniques accumulated by predecessors, life-saving talismans bestowed by the sect, and even magical artifacts. Dragon Sun and the Monster Demon are at the peak of transcendent state. They did not cultivate in Dharma access, had almost no artifacts, and did not belong to any sections. He was already at the peak of the transcendent state with his fiend body and demonic powers. Think about it. A mortal who was born at the peak of the transcendent state. He wasn't weak at all. On the contrary, he's shockingly strong. If we were to talk about meeting on a narrow path, I would have died by its hands. Even a Taoist who had just stepped into the true state would not be able to gain an advantage. However, I had time to prepare and set up a talisman formation. Once he came in, he wouldn't be able to leave. As for those 2 Dragon Sons, they can probably be killed. But if you want to say stronger, how much stronger? The 3 women sitting at the side were all dumbfounded at this time. They looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost, got up, and left in a hurry. They probably thought that the couple looked good. Why did it have to be 2 lunatics? After the 3 women left, Lu Ling went to the other side and sat down on a stool. There was a weed growing under the stool, and it sprouted very long. Li Yunxin plucked out the grass stalk and fiddled with the soft green stalk on her fingers. Then he said, "After all, he is a dragon son, known as the Wei River Dragon King. I don't know what you think, but I think he is a living true god near the city of Wei. Then there should be a dragon palace. Could there be magic treasures or something like that in there? Or would there be a friend? Dragon palace?" Ling Kongzi's voice became strange. How could he have a dragon palace? "Oh, I don't blame you. No one told you about this. If a great demon in charge of a land has a temporary imperial residence, it is not built by itself. I mean, of course it can build it by itself, but it is useless, just like a house built by an ordinary person. A real temporary imperial residence. How should I put it? You can think of it as something like a cultivator's snow mountain and ocean of chi. For example, if the 9 Dragon Sun has a lot of followers in the land, it can gradually build its own temporary imperial residence with the power of faith. This thing is also owned by ordinary demons. You could say that they are either revered or hated by people, and there are always people thinking about them. If someone knows about them, they will give birth to this thing. There is no other use. Apart from shelter, it can also protect itself by hiding inside. It is barely a Dharma treasure of demons. After listening to her, Li Yunxin realized that things were a little different for what he imagined. He used to watch movies and TV series, and the Dragon King naturally had a dragon palace, no matter how shabby it was. But he never thought about where did it come from. Now, he knew that it was the devotee's power of faith that added bricks and tiles to the construction. For example, if a small demon cultivated itself, but no one knew about it, then it was just a small demon. If it did too many bad things or good things, and there were too many people who believed in it or feared it. The power of faith would not only increase its power, but also slowly give birth to another thing, a temporary imperial residence. For example, this small demon happened one day. There was a small wooden barrel the size of a palm next to his hand. It could shrink into the wooden barrel and was hard to find, and it could heal and breathe. And the damage that the wooden barrel could withstand was much more than what it could bear. Later, this small demon became a big demon, and it had more followers. Maybe the wooden barrel would become more beautiful, and the furnishings inside would also increase. In other words, this thing was a kind of Sumeru space that could evolve. But according to Lu Ling, the current 9th Young Master's temporary imperial residence was definitely not big enough to be called a dragon palace that could control thousands of aquatic creatures and millions of miles of weather. Li Yunxin was in a daze for a while, because it was very strange. This thing, or this rule, no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like it was created by someone. No wonder when he asked the 9th Young Master, "Where is the temporary imperial residence?" that night, the demon suddenly became angry. It was really not a piece of information that could be revealed to others. Moreover, he did not seem to have a dragon palace. Damn it. Bai Yanjun did not mention this to him. Maybe he did not know. Now Yunshin was more and more sure that he did not come up with the idea of taking over the body of the mythical beast. However, a sharp pain in his chest abruptly interrupted his train of thought. He coughed twice, and the grass in his hand was juicy. Another portrait was hung up. Now he had more spiritual power to use. It was almost half of what he had before he was sealed. But now he was clear that he was closer to death. He stood up and sighed. "Let's go. It's time to rest. I still want to hear more about you. I have lived in seclusion in the mountains since I was a child, and I have always been curious. If I had a better life, I would not have to worry about whether I could survive or not. But I would have been born in an immortal sect like yours. What a happy life it would have been. Alas, I hope I can live a better life in my next life." Lu Ling hesitated for a while and said, "Okay, I will tell you." So he told Li Yunxin everything along the way. He knew that some words were true and some were false, but it did not prevent him from gradually sketching a picture in his mind, as well as the general trend of the world. Finally, they separated at the intersection where Lu Ling met Xiao Jiaming for the first time. It was getting dark. Chapter 102. In the following 3 days, Li Yunxin only did a few ordinary things. He walked through the streets and alleys in the city of Wei and talked with people. Most of the things he talked about were strange things and the scenery of the Qin kingdom. It seemed that he wanted to see the world that he never had time to see before he died. Because of that night, he had already become famous in the upper class of the city of Wei. Therefore, when he passed by a rich family, he would walk to the door and say, "I am Li Yunxin," to the gatekeeper. Some would sneer and walk away if they didn't know who he was. Therefore, the owner of the family would be glad that the gatekeeper didn't know who he was and didn't report. Who would want to be associated with the enemy of Langi Cave? Some gatekeepers heard about this person from the owner and knew he was an extraordinary and ominous person, so they hurried to report. Then some people said they were sick or not. Li Yunxin would also walk away on her own. Some were timid and forced themselves to come in. Li Yunxin sat down to eat something and then drew a picture. Once he drew, the worst one he could draw would be a famous one. He would leave it to the family and send it to the Temple of the Dragon King for only 100 taels of silver. Those who didn't see him the next day were full of regret when they learned about this, because they also heard that Li Yunxin and Fairy Lingkong were chatting harmoniously on the street. They realized that he might feel that he was leaving the city of Wei and wanted to leave some money for Lu Lao Dao. And the relationship between him and Fairy Lingkong didn't seem that bad. Thus, he harshly reprimanded the gatekeepers, instructing them that if they saw Li Yunxin visiting again, they must inform him. It was a pity that Li Yunxin's route in the city of Wei was erratic and his intentions were hard to figure out. For example, on the second day, he was walking by the Willow River. Suddenly, he said to someone, "The sunlight here is very good." Then he squatted down by the river bank and used an ordinary little brush to draw on a bluestone slab. With a stroke of the brush, the seemingly soft weasel hair directly carved a mark on the slate. Such a miraculous event naturally spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. As a result, half of the people on the street gathered around to watch the strange drawing of the martial arts master. He drew circles one after another, and then drew many lines around the circles, saying that he was the sun. But after drawing for a while, he threw away his brush, said it was boring, and walked away. Ling Kongzi knew about these things and personally visited those houses to see the paintings left behind by Li Yunxin. He discovered that it was indeed an ordinary masterpiece. He was much more skilled than the artists in the secular world, but there was nothing to be suspicious about. Then, she went to see the sun that Li Yunxin had carved by the river. It was indeed an unfinished painting. There wasn't even the slightest trace of spiritual power fluctuation. After investigating all the traces he left behind, Lu Ling gradually relaxed. It seemed that Li Yunxin really just wanted to leave something in this world and prepare for his death. She was surprised by Li Yunxin's behavior, but not to the extent that she couldn't understand it. She just felt that he was such a person, really good to a secular Lao Dao, sad for the death of a little girl, and even willing to give up his life because of betraying friendship. He was really a very interesting person. Unfortunately, he was going to die. Lu Ling occasionally felt flustered and lost. This was not the result she wanted. At first, she only wanted to kill this person, get the Jade Scroll, and then return to the mountain. Later, she felt that he was interesting and wanted to bring him back to the mountain. He might not die. Maybe his cultivation would just be destroyed. But the Langyu Cave was a good place. Secular people without cultivation could also live for a long time there. But she didn't expect that he was actually planning to die here. Well, actually, she couldn't be sure. She just felt that something was not right. She had to at least see him die with her own eyes to be at ease. Thinking of this, Lu Ling sighed slightly and waved the talisman-covered magic brush in her hand again. Every time she waved it, a golden light appeared in the void and disappeared in a flash. It was said that there were no words in this world, but the Celestials created the celestial sphere and created all things in the world. After creating all things, they created humans. Humans then asked the Celestials what those things were. The Celestials explained them one by one, but humans couldn't remember them all. Thus, the Celestials extracted the rules of all things, simplified them into words and pictures, and taught them to mortals. Thus, there was Dao Tong and the painting sect. When the secular people wrote, they just wrote. But what the Taoists wrote were the secret names of all things in the world. And what they wrote were the rules of the great Tao of all things in the world. If the painting sect was the spirit of painting, then Dao Tong was the theory of calligraphy. Compared to the spirit of the painting sect, the rules were simpler and more direct. It was this simplicity that led to the Taoist shocking destructive power. But the words that Ling Kongzi wrote in the void could not be understood by the secular people. And even if they accidentally saw it, they would die on the spot. Because what she was writing was the secret name of an item passed down by Dao Tong. It was called death, the first and only curse that a cultivator at the peak of transcendent state could master, the curse of death. It would cut off the opponent's chi, vitality, and all the laws of the world. If the opponent's level of cultivation was much higher than the opponent's, one word would be enough to take his life. Against a powerful monster like Long Sun, even if one word couldn't kill him, it could set up an array with the word. Death was not just the death of life and death. Plants would wither, and the karma would be cut off. Once the array was completed, it could temporarily cut off Long Sun's fate and karma. Once he entered the array, he would not be able to return. Just like that, she wrote 7 to 7 times before she finally stopped and let out a long sigh of relief. Then she closed her eyes and rested for a while. She walked to the window and looked at the sky outside. It was already dark. In the courtyard where she was, the plants cast a mottled shadow. After looking at the shadow, she said, "Come in. Tell me." Song Yunzi, a Taoist from the Danding sect of Shanqing, pushed the door open and came in. But after taking 2 steps into the door, she stopped. Fairy's words. That Li Yunxin is painting everywhere today, just like the previous 2 days. But at noon on the street, he caused a little trouble. Lu Ling tilted her head slightly. Little trouble? Actually, it wasn't because of him. Song Yunzi thought for a while and said slowly, Today, I secretly followed him to the Chongmen Street, and it was the opening time of the market. Fairy, you may not know, but at the middle and end of every month, the villagers would come to the Chongmen Street of the city of Wei for the market. At this time, no need to explain, go on. Ling Kongzi listened as she slowly walked around the room, and her slender white hand gently brushed past everything around her. When she touched a string of green grapes on the fruit plate on the table, she gently brushed it. The raisins fell into the porcelain plate with a clatter, leaving only a forked stem. She picked up the stalk, fiddled with the soft green broken stem on her fingers, and whispered to herself, Today should be his last chance. That Li Yunxin also came to the Chongmen Street today. He set up a stall on the street, saying that he was selling portraits for fun. Song Yunzi continued. He painted some portraits without using any spiritual power. I asked someone to intercept the person who took his portrait after he walked away and check the portrait. They said it was indeed an ordinary ink painting casually made. But in the afternoon, he painted a rare scroll for a beggar. Chapter 103. Ling Kongzi paused for a second and then shook his head. But he couldn't think of the right words to describe him. He was indeed a rare character in the world, and it was hard to describe. The 2 Taoist priests in the cave had just entered the transcendent state, but they already thought they were great. They spent a lot of treasures and spent 10 years to make a painting. Now, this Li Yunxin, he made a painting for the beggar? What happened? Song Yunzi hurriedly said, In the afternoon, Li Yunxin brought a stack of paper, an inkstone, and a pen to Chongmen Street. He hired his table from a fortune teller for a tale of silver under a weeping willow by the side of the street, and sat down. The willow was not easy to grow insects, and it was cool. He sat there with his eyes closed for a while before he opened them and looked at the pedestrians on the street. When he saw a man whom he liked, as those who watched him put it, he beckoned to him and asked if he would like to have his portrait painted. Half of the people thought it was a trick, so they waved their hands and walked away. The other half of the people took his drawings with some suspicion and left happily, thinking that they were very good. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 people who knew him before, and they couldn't hide their excitement, even if they tried. Li Yunxin frowned and said, Go away, I don't want you. The person would then ask, Why? With pain and disappointment. Li Yunxin said, You already know me, so what's the point? Those who don't know me can take the painting back. It will be fun when they know it's valuable. Or they can throw it away, and it will be fun when they know it's valuable. Since they knew who he was and what he was capable of, they could only leave with their tails between their legs. After 2 hours, Li Yunxin saw a beggar. The beggar was very old, skinny, and unkempt. But surprisingly, the beggar was clean. He was wearing shabby clothes, but clean and dry. His hair was messy, but not greasy. He was not like an ordinary beggar who would hide in a corner and ask for money. His way of begging actually had a bit of character. Squinting his eyes, he walked to the pedestrians and recited a few lines of poetry. The poem was not written by him. It did not fit the scene. He probably wrote it down from some poetry collection. Then he said a few more auspicious words. If the person pushed him away impatiently, he would not pester him. Only when the man stopped walking did he ask for something after he spoke. Li Yunxin stared at him for a while before asking someone about this old beggar. He knew that this person was a butcher. Their ancestors had been butchers for generations, so their lives were not bad. Originally, his family was satisfied with being a butcher. They felt that they could buy some land in the future and upgrade to a landlord. But at this time, he had other ideas. He felt that he had to do something great and that he could not pass his life in mediocrity. Thus, after his father passed away, he closed a shop and focused on his studies. He started studying at the age of 20, and when he was 28, he could not even be a scholar. In fact, it was not that he was not diligent, but that he was stupid. Ordinary people could try to annotate after studying for 3 or 4 years. He read 1,000 books of poetry for 4 years and still could not memorize them all. He studied for another 2 years, and when he was 30, he gave up his pen and joined the army. But the Daqing state had been peaceful for a long time, and there was no chance for him to achieve anything. Thus, he stayed in the army for 10 years and did not even become a corporal. Finally, he was disheartened and returned home. But on the way, he met bandits. After all, he had been in the army for 10 years, so they fought together. In the end, he killed one and injured another. He was not alone. There were a few people from the same hometown, but they were all cowering. The bandits were also a motley crew. 5 or 6 of them, seeing someone die, quickly ran away. His companions sent him back to the city of Wei. When the magistrate knew about this, he privately rewarded him with 50 taels of silver. He told him to rest and recuperate, and when he recovered, he would be the village leader. But he was seriously injured and almost lost his life. After half a year, he finally recovered, but he had an eye disease and could only see people dimly. When he was about to recover, the magistrate fell sick again. He died after 3 months of illness, and no one talked about being the village leader anymore. After that, his hands and feet were not nimble, and his eyes were not useful, so he slowly spent all his money. When he was 60, he was completely destitute, and after 2 or 3 years, he finally begged on the streets. But after all, he was a scholar and an old soldier. Besides, he had killed bandits and almost became the village leader. He should have some strength of character. Thus, he became like this. After listening to his story, Li Yunxin paid attention to him. The storyteller asked, "Why not draw a portrait of this beggar?" Li Yunxin only shook his head. After a while, when it was almost dinner time, a peddler pushed a cart to sell sour soup. This was a kind of noodles made from fermented corn, and it was quite appetizing in this season. The steaming hot stall looked very attractive in the golden sunlight. The sour soup could be eaten with pickled vegetables, or stir-fried. People who rushed to the market came to buy it, and then squatted at the side to eat. At this time, the old beggar rested not far from Li Yunxin, looking at the stall and muttering to himself. Others couldn't hear clearly in the noise, but he could. The old beggar seemed to be talking to someone beside him, but also muttering to himself. Back then, I was guarding the border of Wuwei Castle. I stayed in the castle with my brothers for a month, and as soon as I came out, I wanted to eat sour soup, the sour soup at that time. When he said this, he stopped, swallowed his saliva, and stopped talking. He raised his face and squinted at the stall. Li Yunxin didn't know if he could only see the afterglow of the setting sun or the vague shadow of the stall. But he also felt that he seemed to be looking at something else. What in the afterglow of the setting sun? The youth that could no longer be captured. The confidant who waited for a lifetime in her hometown, but eventually turned into white bones, and he could only sit in front of the grave until dawn. In the past, he stood in the strong wind of Wuwei Castle with a group of young people from all over the world, drinking hard liquor with their chests open, thinking about when to ride horses to Mount Yin, but in the end their hair turned white. Would he regret it? The old man looked at it for a while, stood up with some difficulty, took out a few coins, and walked to the stall. He stood by the stall, closed his eyes, and sniffed the slightly sour smell in the wind, saying, "Little brother, give me a bowl of soup." The young peddler frowned. "Huh." The old man squinted, trying to find a small pot for boiling sour soup, and pointed, "Soup. Just give me a bowl of soup." The peddler pondered for a while before realizing that the old beggar only wanted soup, not noodles. After looking at it for a while, he waved his hand, "Not selling. Go, go, go." As he waved his hand, he leaned back slightly, ready for the old man to pester him again. But the old man just sighed, turned around, and slowly walked away. The peddler frowned and whispered, "Sick." Li Yunxin looked for a while and laughed. Chapter 104. He stood under the tree opposite the peddler and waved his hand. "Hey, give me a bowl. Bring it to me." The peddler listened to his words and looked at him again. He frowned and said, "Do it yourself." Then he ignored him. It turned out that he had a temper. The people around him all knew who he was. Seeing that the new peddler didn't know who he was and disrespected him, they were thinking about how he would teach him a lesson. But they were surprised to find that Li Yunxin just smiled and said nothing. Then he picked up the brush and spread the paper on the table. He made a painting called Shang Yuan Painting, a freehand painting of young boys and girls releasing lanterns by the river during the Lantern Festival. At this time, the afterglow of the setting sun had almost disappeared from the horizon. Some peddlers had already come out to light lanterns. Li Yunxin threw away the brush and stood up. Using 2 fingers to hold the painting, the ink was still wet. She walked to the riverside and stood still. Then he said loudly, "Who gives me a bowl of sour soup to eat? I will perform a magic trick, okay?" Hearing this, the servants of the rich families who had been waiting for a chance immediately went to the peddler's stall to grab a bowl of sour soup and ran to Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin took a bowl, raised his head, and ate it in one gulp. Then he picked up the painting with one hand and slowly put the bowl on the painting with the other. He put on the painting and continued to put on. The painting seemed to have a bottomless pit that sucked the bowl in. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw this. The peddler also saw this scene and was stunned at first. Then he shouted, "How did you make my bowl disappear?" Someone in the crowd said impatiently, "I will compensate you later for a broken bowl." So the peddler stopped talking and also came forward to watch Li Yunxin's magic trick. Li Yunxin held the painting with both hands and showed it to the front and back. Some people with sharp eyes who were close to him exclaimed. The bowl just now appeared in the painting. In the painting, the young boys and girls were releasing lotus lanterns by the river. Now, in the middle of the lotus lantern, there was a colorful porcelain bowl, which was very eye-catching. Everyone cheered loudly when they saw this, and they felt that it was extremely brilliant. But she heard Li Yunxin say with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness. A drop of gratitude must be repaid with a spring of gratitude. Now let me treat you." With that said, he shook the painting, and a clattering sound could be heard. Everyone hurriedly looked at the ground in front of him, wanting to see if another bowl would magically appear. But after looking for a long time, there was nothing. Just as he was feeling slightly disappointed, someone pointed at the Willow River behind Li Yunxin and said, "Look, look, look!" The sky was already dark, and the Willow River was also dark. But in this dim river, a bright lotus lantern floated down along with the current. First there was 1, then 2, 3, for in just 2 or 3 breaths of time, the Willow River was lit up by countless pink lotus lanterns that emitted a soft glow. The Willow River became extremely beautiful in such an evening. The soft light reflected the color of the water, the sky, and the faces of the people by the river. People were first shocked by the sudden beauty, and then by Li Yunxin's means. Wasn't this the scene in his painting? After the extreme shock, they remembered that Li Yunxin had previously put a bowl in the river, and remembered that he said he would treat people to sour soup. So they hurriedly looked at the dark part of the river. They really saw a bowl of hot sour soup floating between the lotus lanterns. One person walked to the river and carefully reached out to grab it. He thought it was an illusion, but he really did get it. He tasted it in front of everyone, and after a slight daze, his face was full of surprise. It's real. Everyone had eaten sour soup before, but the sour soup that was made by someone floating in the river, no one had eaten it before. Like a swarm of bees, they swarmed to the riverside to retrieve the porcelain bowl. Even the vendor selling sour soup also ran over, intending to take a bowl. There were so many bowls, if he fished them all up, he wouldn't be afraid that they would break in the future. The old beggar squinted and looked at the soft light by the river, but after all, he didn't dare to follow. Li Yunxin stood under the willow tree, with his hands behind his back, watching those people running down the river embankment, and the side of his face was illuminated by the candlelight. He watched for a while, sighed slightly, and walked to the side of the old beggar sitting under another tree. He handed the painting in his hand to him. "You take it, but it's not something you can take. Someone will come to buy it from you, and you can take as much as you want." The old beggar barely saw what he did, and he also recognized his voice. So he was shocked and didn't dare to take it. Immortal you, it's not an immortal, it's just a trick. He stuffed the painting into the old beggar's hand, not caring that it was wrinkled. Then he squinted slightly, looking at those people under the river embankment. They're all like this. They're only visible, easy to see. A bowl of sour soup, a little money, a little power. As for the other things, I don't have time to see them. But I like you. You know what you want and why you live. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the old beggar. The old beggar fell to the ground, tried to smooth the paper that was wrinkled by Li Yunxin. But after all, he couldn't see it clearly, and he didn't control his movements. Some people who were staring at the painting in the dark felt their hearts tremble. Don't break the painting. Li Yunxin smiled and walked slowly behind him. He pressed his shoulders with both hands and suddenly whispered in his ear, "In this world, do you still have any worries?" The old beggar was stunned and said after a while, I don't have anything to worry about. It's just me." Li Yunxin asked again, "Are you tired of this world?" The old beggar was still stunned for a while, and then said, "Alas, I've lived enough. I'm just waiting for God to accept me." Li Yunxin straightened his back and asked again, "What about the human heart?" The old man was silent for a long time, and then said, the human heart is sinister. But there are always some good things." Li Yunxin smiled faintly in the light of the river. Then he let out a sigh, untied the old beggar's loose and messy hair, and slowly combed it with his 10 slender fingers. And in such an evening, in the dim light, while combing his hair, he read a poem in a low voice. White jade capital in the sky, 12 buildings and 5 cities. Immortals touch my head, tie my hair, and receive immortality. After these 4 lines of the poem, he had combed Lao Dao's hair into a Taoist bun. The old beggar didn't know why and didn't dare to move. And Li Yunxin looked at his white hair and was silent for a while. He asked him, "Do you wish for immortality?" This was a very soft and low voice. But the old man caught this sentence in the warm night wind and in the voice of the people. After a moment of silence, the beggar felt lucky and said with a trembling voice, "I wish," before he finished. Li Yunxin lifted him up and pushed him on his back and pushed him into an alley. "Then this painting is your fortune. Think about it. Do you still want to sell it?" After saying this, he waved his big sleeves and strode away from Chongmen Street like the wind. Chapter 105. The old beggar was pushed to the entrance of the alley by Li Yunxin. He steadied himself by holding the wall and turned around to look for the immortal. But night had fallen. He could only see a hazy light, but he couldn't see anyone. Thinking of the immortal's words, he looked around subconsciously, folded the paper carefully, and put it in his pocket. But he couldn't stop it. This painting, it was not an ordinary painting. Even if it was a dozen or dozens of steps away, the brilliant painter could still see. The spiritual power on it was surging. This was a rare painting. As soon as the old man entered the alley, the people who were eating the sour soup by the riverbank felt something was wrong. At first, the sour soup was delicious. But as more people ate it, the taste became bland. After dozens of people ate it, the people behind them started to eat. It tasted no different from the river water. After a few breaths of time, there were no more lanterns coming from upstream. The lanterns in the downstream gradually dimmed. The Willow River became dark again. The people who were too excited because of the miraculous event just now remembered to look for the young and handsome immortal, but he was long gone. Then they were annoyed. Why did they eat sour soup? Why didn't they ask the immortal for a talisman? But the peddler was smiling by the river. He ate 4 bowls and was so full that he almost vomited. Then he went to collect the porcelain bowls. After collecting more than 10 bowls, he couldn't carry all of them, so he stepped on those that he couldn't carry away, not wanting to let others have it. When the group of people walked back to the riverbank, he also walked back to his stall with the bowls in his arms. But after a few seconds, the people who were still talking about the miraculous event suddenly heard the peddler scream. Then they saw him sitting behind his stall, slapping his thighs and crying, "Damn Taoist priest, what you just ate was my sour soup. That bowl is also mine. I stepped on more than 10 bowls for nothing." After crying for a while, he suddenly stood up and pulled people. "Don't leave, don't leave. Whoever ate my bowl, give me back my money." But no one paid any attention to him. The people, who had suddenly understood, sneered, sighed, and were surprised as they avoided him and ran away. Just at this time, the old beggar was stopped in the alley. The aura of the newcomer was different from those who had been waiting near Li Yunxin for him to paint. This was a calm and steady man dressed in black. His face was covered with a black cloth, and he held a dagger in his hand. She jumped down from the corner of the alley and kicked the old man to the ground. Then, she put her hand into his bosom. The beggar thought of what Li Yunxin had said before and immediately covered his chest with his hands like a madman, saying, "The immortal promised me. The immortal promised me. Come, ah." The voice stopped abruptly. As soon as the masked man heard him speak, he silently but forcefully pressed his hands against his chest and slit his throat. Clean, straightforward, and without the slightest hesitation. Her technique was beautiful. Then he stretched out his hand and carefully took the painting out of the old beggar's arms. After confirming that it was indeed a concept art, Zhang Xin rolled it up and placed it into a pouch before keeping it in his robes. Then he casually threw the dagger beside the corpse, took off the mask on his face, and tore off the black clothes on his body, throwing them beside the old man's corpse. After doing all that, the masked man, then he strode out of the alley with a solemn expression. He looked left and right with extreme vigilance and grabbed a passerby, saying sternly, "Go to the magistrate's office immediately and get someone here. There's a murder." The passerby who was suddenly grabbed was about to explode, but when he saw the man's black clothes, he didn't say anything. When he took a closer look at the man's face, he hurriedly said, "Ah, it's Inspector Een. You're... Cut the crap. A murder. Go now." With that, he pushed hard, and the passerby dared not say anything else, and hurriedly ran away. As for Een Pingji, he waved away a few passerby who were about to turn into the alley, and stood guard there with a gloomy expression. He raised his voice again. "A murder. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Stand 3 feet away." And so, the crime scene was protected by Inspector Een, who happened to pass by. Not long after, the magistrate of the mansion arrived. This place wasn't under the jurisdiction of Liuhe Mansion, but Een Pingji found out about this, and it was a great help to them. Therefore, after expressing his gratitude, he politely sent Een Pingji off. This murderer carried such a precious scroll in his arms. He openly walked along Changmen Street and walked to the back street of the magistrate's office. The vicinity of the magistrate's office had always been quiet. He looked at both ends of the back street, and there was no one there. He only felt a slight chill. Therefore, he touched his neck, stretched out his hand, and lightly knocked on the door 3 times. The door opened. A manservant stuck his head out, and when he saw it was him, he opened the door wider. Een Pingji flashed in, and personally turned around to close the door. But in fact, he wasn't the only one who entered. The old beggar's soul, with a trace of a blood-red knife mark on his throat, also entered with him. At the moment of his death, the soul stood up from his body. In a trance, this old man, who had seen a lot of things, realized he was dead. He stood there in a daze for a moment, and then he remembered, and only remembered, one thing: the immortals gave me immortality. This intense obsession caused his originally indistinct soul body to become much clearer. Without thinking, he pounced on Een Pingji's body, using both his hands and feet to cling onto him, riding on his back, and kept digging in his clothes. "Give me back my scroll. I want immortality." However, whether it was the ghost, Een Pingji, or any observant person, none of them would notice that there were actually 2 people in the alley. In my opinion, alas, that Li Yunxin and that devil are actually the same kind of people. They're both devils. "TSK, TSK. Bai Yanjun said in a sharp voice, gloating, "Do you want immortality? Alas, isn't this immortality?" Kakik, he tied a Taoist bun for this old man, That's the fruit of fate. We can't take it anymore. The Black Yama King thought about it coldly and repeated by Yanjun's words with a tone of agreement. He's indeed a devil. But this time, could it be that he really had some good intentions? He then shifted his gaze to the old man's ghost. This person has suffered for a lifetime. It can be said that he has made up for the sins of his ancestors. But now, it can be said that the worst of it has turned into bliss. It can be considered as compensation for the 5 lives he saved back then. From now on, it depends on his fate. Let's go. That emperor of Li Kingdom died after a quarter of an hour. Lure him there. And so this old beggar's soul coiled around Pingji's body, following him all the way to the magistrate's yamen. But once they entered the yamen, a majestic and chilling aura pressed down on this ghost's body like a mountain. Qi and aura, in the eyes of cultivators, were things that truly existed. For example, there were hundreds of thousands of people living in the city of Wei, and its yang qi soared to the sky. That big ghost wore human skin and hid in the city of Wei. No matter how powerful the 9th young master was, it would be difficult to find it in the sky full of yang qi. Since it was a place of human settlement, there were activities such as birth, death, marriage, and punishment. There would also be residential houses, commercial houses, memorial homes, and government offices. Each structure and qi dynamic were different, and thus formed the qi and aura of a city. In the eyes of feng shui experts, a house was a life, and a big city was a giant beast with endless qi dynamic. And in the body of this giant beast, in the body of this city, was the core of the city's power, the place that everyone feared, the yamen. Once he entered the yamen, the majestic and chilling aura pressed down on him like an avalanche. How could the old beggar's soul withstand such a strong force of humanity? Immediately, his figure blurred from the impact on Pingji's back. It was about to dissipate. But this ghost was not destined to die. An obsession remembered that the immortal gave him a painting and wished for immortality and rushed to the chest again. His figure was blurred like a candle in the wind. At this time, he pounced again and actually pounced into the chest like a puff of smoke. Then on the riverside of the upper Yuan painting, an old man's figure appeared. Chapter 106. Pingji was led into the door by the servant, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He followed the servant to a craggy rockery and asked, "How did official Zhao do today?" The servant's eyes were red and swollen, as if he had just cried. He said in a hoarse voice, "These few days he beat and scolded everyone he saw. He doesn't love me anymore and has been spending the night at Madame Sun's place." "I don't know the details." Pingji thought for a while and said to himself, "Madame Sun, her father is the 3rd imperial censor. You want to please her. Did anyone else come these few days?" The servant rubbed his eyes. "I did as 3rd uncle said and paid attention to the horses in the yamen stables. I really did see a long-haired horse from the north. Someone from the north must have come. After that person left, official Zhao didn't seem so distressed anymore, I guess." Good. Pingji let out a sigh of relief. Someone from the Zhao family came. "Our magistrate is after all a member of the Zhao family. Then this painting of mine will be like charcoal in snowy weather. You lead 3rd uncle in, don't cry. Your cousin's revenge, humph." The servant heard this and hurriedly looked up with wide eyes. "Revenge? 3rd uncle, do you know who did it?" Pingji gritted his teeth. "I can't tell you right now. Just lead the way." The servant wanted to ask more, but he knew that his 3rd uncle didn't have a good temper. He could only sigh in his heart for his bitter sister wiped his eyes with his sleeve, and led Pingji through the back garden. When they reached the back room, the servant said, "3rd uncle, wait a moment. Official is inside, I'll go report." But after a quarter of an hour, the servant came out, covered his face, and said, "Official's temper is still not good, but he finally agreed to see 3rd uncle. When you go in, be careful." Pingji didn't wait for him to finish and casually agreed, walking to the door. He slightly tidied up his clothes, straightened his hat, pushed the door open, entered, closed the door behind him, and walked 2 steps forward with his head held high. Magistrate Zhao was sitting in front of the table. The room was dimly lit with only 2 candles. He was reading a book with one hand. When he heard Yin Pingji enter, he only squinted at him for a moment before looking away. After reading for a while, he said, "I know you. Just say it. I'm very annoyed. Tell me what's important." After saying that, he went back to reading, but it was obvious that he was using the act of reading to calm his mood. He had actually been reading that page for a quarter of an hour. Yin Pingji took a deep breath and took out the brocade pouch from his bosom. He took a few steps forward and placed it on the table in front of the prefectural magistrate with both hands. In a deep voice, he said, "I am here to offer charcoal in a snowy day to you, and also to seek a good future for myself." After saying this, Magistrate Zhao frowned slightly. "Get out." For a moment, Yin Pingji thought he had misheard. But after seeing the intense disgust on Magistrate Zhao's face, he realized that he had not misheard. His Excellency was not in the mood to hear what he was going to say next, and said directly to him, "Get out." Because what he didn't know, and what his nephew who served Magistrate Zhao didn't know, was that in the past few days, many people had come to see this magistrate who was about to lose his power through various channels, and had made many suggestions that they thought were brilliant. These suggestions made Magistrate Zhao completely lose his patience. 2 hours ago, someone had suggested to this magistrate to take the city of Wei to conquer the world. This person was now stripped naked and locked into prison. As a result, when Yin Pingji said what he believed to be a sudden clap of thunder, the prefectural magistrate knew the reason for his visit: get out. But he still tried to make a little effort. He didn't get out obediently, but quickly opened the brocade pouch on the table, took out the picture scroll, and unfolded it. With an eager and expectant tone, he said, "Your Excellency, look at this picture. The painter said it's a rare scroll." Magistrate Zhao stared at the page for a while, then slightly frowned and glanced at the picture. Then he turned his head and continued to read, while using one hand to take the picture, shook it, coughed, and put it in front of his face. After looking at it carefully for a while, he said, "Why do you say it's a rare scroll? Such a rare scroll? I saw him make it with my own eyes. It was made by that Li Yunxin." Yin Pingji said hurriedly, "After making this picture, that Li Yunxin went to the river. I watched him for 3 days. I was afraid of missing out, so I brought a knowledgeable painter with me. That painter said it's a rare scroll. I think it's not wrong. I came to present it to you." He told her the whole story in an urgent and methodical way, including the fact that he had killed the beggar. The prefectural magistrate listened quietly, thought for a while, and put down the scroll in his hand. Then he stared at him in the dim candlelight. "You have courage, but I can't even protect myself at this time. What future do you want from me?" At the end of his words, Yin Pingji knelt down on one knee and said, "Although I am an official, fortunately I have many friends, so I am not ignorant. So I know that you are from the Zhao family. You are from the Zhao family in the north. It is said that this world belongs to the Son of Heaven. But there are also people who say that this world belongs to the Zhao family. I don't know too much inside information, but I do know that since the establishment of this dynasty, among the 34 virtuous officials who have entered the Taishu Pavilion, 26 of them have the surname Zhao. Knowing this, I know that you will definitely not lose power. Even if you have to temporarily avoid the limelight, be demoted, or lose your official position, there will be a day when you will rise again. I am 43 years old this year, and I am an official by birth. I am illiterate. Being a constable in Liuhe Prefecture is already the end of my road, and there is no possibility of advancing. So I know that if I want to have any achievements, I must take an unconventional approach. You, my lord, are my unconventional approach." After saying this, he bowed deeply. After a while, he heard Lord Zhao say, "You think your words are like a clap of thunder, making me feel that you are a novel, interesting, and unusual person. Stupid. If it wasn't for the sake of your painting, I would have killed you on the spot based on the words this world belongs to the Zhao family. The Zhao family of the north has received the emperor's kindness for generations. He cupped his hands towards the north and said sternly, "This world belongs to His Majesty. How can there be a second way?" He then softened his tone. "If you say this in front of me again, I will definitely not forgive you." In Pingji was slightly stunned. Then he took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, my lord. In Pingji is willing to serve you." But the magistrate looked at him meaningfully for a while, then said, "I know you. In the past, when Li Yaosi came to my prefecture to discuss matters, he always praised you, saying that you were steady and experienced. But today, why did you say these words so abruptly? You don't sound like a constable of a prefecture, but more like those frivolous children." In Pingji slowly raised his head, looked at Lord Zhao, and said in a low voice, "I will let you know, my lord, these days I have also—" "That's true." He took a few more deep breaths, calmed his emotions, and then continued, "These days my heart has also been like a knife being twisted in my heart. I have a niece who I dote on the most. That niece used to be on good terms with Li Yunxin. I've had dealings with that person before." When talking about these things, In Pingji explained in more detail. There was no wind outside the room, but the candlelight in the room rose straight up, without the slightest tremble. When a magistrate heard him talk about Li Yunxin, his expression was very calm. When he finished, the magistrate frowned and said, "You mean this Li Yunxin killed Li Yaosi in the court in front of 2 cultivators?" "Yes. At that time, I didn't know he had connections with the Langya Paradise. I only thought he was a wild Taoist with some tricks. But now that I think about it, that matter must have been done by him. It's just that the cultivation of those 2 cultivators was too shallow. I couldn't see it. You also said that that night, Li Yunxin went to your niece's house. How did you know about this?" In Pingji hesitated a little. There was a young man who really liked my niece. Later, he told me. "Oh, so you said he went to your niece's house and left. The next day, you found your niece. Only a broken limb was left? So you think it was that Li Yunxin who did it?" The magistrate was silent for a while. "This person's identity, that kind of means, is not impossible. But what do you want? Even I have to temporarily avoid Ling Kongzi. That girl wants me to interrogate myself? Huh. She doesn't know that there is an unwritten rule between the Daqing state and the Daotong. The Daotong can't touch officials above the 5th rank. At least not like this. She wants me to interrogate myself? Huh. That's the biggest joke in the world. But since I also have to temporarily avoid the brunt, what do you want to do? That Li Yunxin's background is not smaller than Ling Kongzi's. I can't help you. Indeed, I can't do anything to him." In Pingji said hatefully, "But he touched my heart. How can I let it go like this? That day I knew that he was very good to that Lu Lao Dao. Someone also told me that Song Yunzi of the Pill Cauldron sect said, that Lao Dao is Li Yunxin's tribulation, his heart. In short, he is an extremely important person. He harmed my niece. Ha! Wait until he is taken away by that Ling Kongzi." Magistrate Zhao frowned. "If you want to do this, I can't be bothered, as long as you do it cleanly and cleanly. But why are you telling me? It's also a proof of allegiance to you." In Pingji gritted his teeth. "In the past, your humble servant only thought about keeping this family business safe and sound, and had no other thoughts. But now that my niece has died tragically, I have no way to deal with that chief evil. This kind of anger." Magistrate Zhao raised a hand, interrupting In Pingji's words. "For the time being, I will listen to what you say. You should also understand that not all of it is the truth, but let it go at this point. I will temporarily accept this painting of yours. Coincidentally, it is also useful. As for other matters, wait until you take care of your own affairs. I will consider it again. You can leave now." In Pingji was slightly stunned, but he quickly stood up, yes. After he left the room, Magistrate Zhao then carefully spread out this rare scroll on the table, greedily appreciating it. The candlelight was dim, and he had stayed in this room for a long time, so his eyes were somewhat tired. Thus, he didn't notice that there was an old man in the painting. He moved slightly, Chapter 107. After listening to Song Yunzi's narration, Lu Ling pondered for a while. Then, she said softly, "Am I thinking too much?" Song Yunzi didn't know if this fairy was asking her or what she was asking. Thus, she only cautiously kept quiet and didn't dare to leave. Lu Ling played with the stem of the grape for a while before throwing it on the table. "Did you send someone to spread that matter?" "Yes," Song Yunzi hurriedly said. "That Pingji already knows about it. At this time, he probably thinks that Li Yunxin killed his niece and will definitely find trouble with that Lao Dao. But if you want to deal with that Lao Dao and cripple Li Yunxin, there are many ways. Why do you have to go through all this trouble?" Ling Kongzi smiled slightly. "It's not because of him. All right, you can leave." She raised her head and looked outside. "I'm not stupid." When Li Yunxin returned to the Dragon King Temple, there was a slight breeze. He passed through the front yard and entered the backyard. He saw Lu Lao Dao waiting for him in the yard. The old man was generous today and prepared a table full of food and wine. The stone table couldn't fit all of them, so he used a square table with cloud patterns. There was also a seat under it. The old man sat in front of the table. As soon as Li Yunxin entered the door, he found that the old man was looking at him with bright eyes. He was slightly surprised at first, then he smiled. "What are you doing?" But Lu Lao Dao only knelt and stood up. He poured 2 cups of wine and said in a solemn and serious tone, "Brother Xian, come and sit." Li Yunxin shook his head. "It's so formal." But he still walked to the seat, took off his shoes, and sat down. The banquet was set next to the pond in the small courtyard, and there was some steam. But the steam steamed the other plants in the courtyard, and the smell was very sweet. The old Taoist took a deep breath of the fragrant air and drank a cup of wine. Li Yunxin also wanted to take a glass, but Lao Dao quickly stopped him. "Brother Xian, you still have important things to do. You shouldn't drink." Li Yunxin smiled and put down his cup. Lao Dao poured himself another cup and drank it. Only then did he let out a long sigh. "Brother Xian, you're leaving, aren't you?" Li Yunxin blinked. "Huh, I know you're leaving." Lu Lao Dao said seriously, "Lao Dao, I'm not as smart as you, but I feel that I'm more quick-witted than most people. You've taught me all these days. If I still don't know, it would be a waste of your efforts." "Brother Xian, you said you want to kill them all." "Lao Dao, I know you said that in a moment of anger, but I'm sure you have other ways. You won't go to Langia Cave Heaven with Ling Kongzi. I know that. You like to be free and unrestrained. Going to that kind of place is going to kill you." "Well said." Li Yunxin nodded approvingly. "So I think you want to escape. Make some trouble and leave by yourself. These days, you've been wandering around the city, painting everywhere, and went to the Chiao family's house to do something. These are all arrangements, right?" Speaking of this, Lao Dao drank another cup of wine. It seemed that he had gathered some courage and said, "Brother Xian, I want to go with you." Li Yunxin was using chopsticks to pick out the shredded ginger from the stir-fried vegetables. Hearing Lao Dao's words, he subconsciously made an ah sound and turned to look at him. "Go with me?" "Brother Xian, don't think that I, Lao Dao, am afraid of trouble." Lu Lao Dao stared at him with wide eyes and a very serious expression. So Li Yunxin knew that this little old man drank 3 cups of wine and got drunk again. "Lao Dao, my surname is Lu. Brother Xian has never asked my real name, and I didn't tell you either. In fact, my real name is Lu Gongzan." Lao Dao said this and paused, looking at Li Yunxin with a little expectation. But when he found that Li Yunxin didn't have any feelings about this name, he sighed. "Oh, I'm confused at that time. You were..." Lao Dao's most famous time was more than 30 years ago. At that time, alas, I used to be, near the city of Wei, a well-known leader. Brother Xian should also know what he meant by master. In fact, I was a bandit. When Shirquizi told you about my past, I was just coaxing her. When I was young, my family was poor, but I was smart. I learned some tricks of the Jianghu, learned some words, and mingled with a group of ruffians. I felt that God was being unfair to me. How could a smart, literate person like me not be able to make a name for myself and live in poverty? I had a dispute with a rich family in the village and accidentally stabbed him. I was afraid that the government would arrest me, so I ran away. Then, I met Meng Ao. At that time, he was about 20 and learned some martial arts. Although I didn't know martial arts, I wasn't a pedantic scholar. We were like old friends at first sight and said that there were so many injustices in the world. Why not do justice for God? Hearing this, Li Yunxin smiled slightly, raised his thumb, and continued to eat slowly. Lao Dao drank another cup of wine and laughed. Hee, do justice for God. We had good intentions. We heard that the rich were heartless, so we want to kill them. We heard that there was a group of bandits, so we want to kill them. Sometimes we pretended to be escorts and walked back and forth on the mountain roads and killed those who came to rob us. At that time, we didn't have a stronghold and didn't have a fixed residence, so we could only wander around. On one side, we hid from the government, and on the other, we hid from the underworld who came to seek revenge. There were more than 10 of us, and we were brave. That Meng Ao was skilled in martial arts and killed many people, so people called him the man-killer ghost. I didn't know martial arts, but I made plans and left everything to them. They call me the ghost teller. The ghost teller, Lu Gongzan. At that time, in the underworld of Weicheng, who didn't know my name, Lu Laodao closed his eyes and immersed himself in the past for a while. Then he knelt down again and sighed. Then something happened. In the past, when they went to do something, I was the one who planned it. My brothers were afraid that I didn't know martial arts and would make an accident, so they only asked me to guard the rear. One day, I drank too much, so I followed them. That time, it was a rich family who killed a tenant farmer for the autumn rent. When my brothers heard this, they said they wanted to get rid of the evil. I pretended to be a teacher and went to the village where that family was located to investigate for 4 days, and came back with a plan to attack from within and without. Until that day, everything went smoothly, and I was also there. But at that time, when I saw them kill people, I felt unhappy. That person's first wife and several concubines were all killed, and they even wanted to kill his only son. I said, what does it have to do with this child? Meng Ao said to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Anyway, in the end, I also knew that they killed people, but I only listened to them. This time, I saw them kill with my own eyes. After I went back, I couldn't calm down. Moreover, after a few days, I found out that person wasn't killed by that rich family. I just shouted, urged for some rent, and set a date. After that person went back, he was so anxious that he died. And the scoundrel who had a grudge against that rich family deliberately made up this story. Hearing this, Li Yunxin sighed. That's why, when there was news in the past, I didn't dare to criticize immediately. There must be a reversal. The drunk Lao Dao didn't think about the meaning of news. He only knew that he agreed with his words. So he sighed again, After that incident, I happened to have a girl I liked, so I was disheartened and didn't want to do it anymore. We said that we were enforcing justice, but in fact, how many people did we kill? I don't know. What about the money we got? It was all our own expenses. In fact, we were no different from bandits. I wanted to leave, but Meng Ao didn't allow it. The two of us quarreled, and in the end, I left. After marrying that girl, I bought some land with the money I had, and I could be considered rich. So, 3 years passed. After 3 years, I had a son and a daughter. I gradually forgot the past, and no one could find me. That year, when the new year was approaching, I went to the city of Wei to buy some New Year goods. It took me 2 days to go back and forth, so I stayed in the city of Wei for 1 night. I went back the next night, went back. When Lu Laodao said this, he kept repeating these 2 words with his eyes wide open. Li Yunxin sighed in his heart, put down his chopsticks, and poured him a glass of wine. Lu Laodao took it and drank it. He paused for a while, then said, when I went back, I saw my wife, a son and a daughter were all killed. The murderer drank the wine in my house and was sitting in the room. When he saw me, he wanted to kill me. Later, I found out that someone told him that I raped innocent people, colluded with the government, and oppressed the people in the village. And the person who told him this was a scoundrel in the village. Because he saw my beautiful wife, he came to flirt with her, and I ran into him. I'm very popular in the village, so someone taught him the good lesson for me. And this scoundrel harbored hatred in his heart and ran into the murderer by chance. Lu Laodao stared into the distance for a while and wiped his face fiercely. Brother Exant, do you know who the murderer is? Li Yunxin sighed. Meng Ao. Lu Laodao was stunned at first, and then smiled bitterly. Yes. Brother Xian is such a smart person. How could he not know? It's Meng Ao. After I left, they couldn't make a living. In the end, they were ambushed and scattered. That Meng Ao finally made a business without any capital. But near the end of the year, the government was strict, and his business was not good. He came here alone and met that scoundrel. He heard the scoundrel lie, saying that he remembered the time when we were together, enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. So he drank wine and came to my house. He killed my wife with one strike, my son with another strike, and my daughter with another strike. After that, he sat in the house and continued drinking, waiting for me to come back. Li Yunxin gently stroked the rim of the wine cup, and then, that Meng Ao finally recognized me. He wanted to kill himself to atone for his sins. But at that time, my heart was empty. I ought to have been grieving, but I don't know why at that time my mind was blank. I was just thinking about one thing. The cycle of heaven, retribution is not good. I told that Meng Ao die. Death is naturally a very easy thing to do. If you die, your soul will be taken away by Black by Yanjun, and your memory will be erased. Your pain and guilt will also be gone. But to live with an uneasy conscience, to live in guilt, is the most difficult thing. I wanted him to kill that scoundrel, and then think about that scene every day and live day by day. I was the same. Lu Laodao stared straight at Li Yunxin. So I came to this city of Wei and followed my master. I didn't want to marry anymore. I'm also living in remorse. That Meng Ao later found me and went to the Qiao family to be an escort. I understood that this person wanted to protect me, to take care of me. Take care of me. Without his care, this Dragon King temple couldn't be kept in my hands until now. He did take care of me, Lu Laodao said in a low voice, after so many years. So many things, those at that time. I also gradually let go. But, so when he was thrown into prison, you were in a hurry to run around. Li Yunxin held the wine cup with his fingers, slowly swirling it by his lips, only smelling the fragrance of the wine. But you didn't look. He was taken out, and you didn't ask where he went. I was confused at first, but I didn't expect it to be like this. So, Brother Xian, Lao Dao, I am not a person who is afraid of death. Maybe I was before, but now. Brother Xian, if you want to go, take me with you. Lu Laodao put his hands on the table. If you go to the ends of the earth, I will also go to the ends of the earth. Today, I did something wrong when I was young, and then I didn't do anything. Now I'm not far from death. If I don't do something, I really won't be able to do it. Li Yunxin was silent for a while, then drank the wine and smiled. He put down the wine cup and gently waved his hand. You are also a person with a story, but don't be so excited. Old Lu, you have to remember one thing, he said with a smile. Maybe I like to make fun, maybe I lie, but in some things I don't like to lie. Standing in the yard and saying some harsh words, then leaving you and running away. What kind of words is that? That's why I won't run away. As for me, I plan to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Before, I read 2 lines of a poem to you. I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, only because I am in this mountain. That is to say, in fact, you are also part of my plan. I want to get away, and I need your help. You don't need to ask me how to help first. It's good that you know. I did something to make the devil and Lu Ling fight, mainly to kill them together. Of course, I need to make some adjustments in the meantime, but that's the general idea. As for what you need to do, you will know slowly. These days, I just made a little effort. Lu Laodao was stunned for a while. Then he blinked his eyes. Even if his mind was numbed by alcohol, this unexpected news still brought him enough surprise. He struggled to think for a while, then suddenly widened his eyes. That day, Ling Kongzi said that he would take you away in 3 days. Then, doesn't that mean they are really going to fight tomorrow? Li Yunxin smiled and shook his head. It's not a fight between children. There is no such thing as a fight when the day is agreed. Lao Dao frowned. When is that? I still need to prepare tonight. Li Yunxin stood up, brushed his sleeves, and put his hands behind his back. It's already here. As soon as his voice fell, muffled thunder rolled through the clouds, crushing all the water vapor in the clouds. The first raindrop of the night knocked on the edge of the silver cup, making a clanging sound. Chapter 108. Before the old man's astonishment faded away, Li Yunxin had already looked up to the sky. The clear night sky quickly darkened, and the rolling clouds pushed by the strong wind soon covered the moon and stars. The rain clouds were so low that it seemed as if they could touch it by standing on the roof, tiptoeing and stretching their arms. But Li Yunxin knew that such clouds were at least 1,000 meters above the ground. He squinted his eyes, but he couldn't see it. So he put his middle finger and index finger together and brushed his eyes. The impure power of wish and spiritual power in his body poured into his eyes, and he finally saw clearly what was in the thick clouds. He stared at it for a while, and finally let out a long sigh. Not bad. Not as ugly as I thought. In the world where he came from, the story of a dragon having 9 sons was that dragons are naturally lascivious. They might have intercourse with some strange animals on the road. There were 9 dragon sons born from the intercourse of the dragon and the animal. So he was not sure what the original body of the 9th young Master Qi one looked like. In fact, he was not sure what the real dragon looked like. But now he finally saw it. Thousands of meters above the sky, in the clouds that were rolling and flashing with lightning, a giant beast that looked like both a dragon and a dragon was rushing toward the city of Wei. It was said that Qi Wen had the head of a dragon and the body of a fish, but its actual body was extremely long. At a glance, it was almost the same as the dragon in his mind. But if he looked carefully in the flickering lightning, he could still see that there was a long dorsal fin on its back, not the hair of a dragon. But even so, it still had a dragon's head. It really had a pair of antler coral-like horns, shining brilliantly in the flickering lightning. 2 extremely long and seemingly extremely soft and tough whiskers fluttered at the side of its body, glowing with a faint golden light. Its horns were a dark, steel-green color, and its sideburns were a snow-white color. Li Yunxin looked at it for a while and smiled in surprise. This color is really trendy. After the first drop of rain fell, it quickly became a downpour. It was the first time for Li Yunxin to see the dragon's son summon clouds and bring rain. Every time it breathed heavily, clouds and mist rose from its nostrils and swelled with the wind, turning into dense rain clouds that couldn't be dispersed. Every time it shook its body, there would be electric snakes slithering out from between its scales and rolling through the dark clouds. It came with wind and thunder, and by the time Li Yunxin had said 3 sentences, the rain had already drenched his entire body. However, he wiped his face and laughed out loud. How satisfying. Then, he waved his hand towards the house, sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning cut through the dark night and shot straight into his palm. Li Yunxin held the sword given to him by Yunxin, then casually flung it in front of him. He then knelt down on the wet mat and closed his eyes. Lu Lao Dao looked at him in a daze and stayed in the rain with him. Until he knelt down, he asked, "Brother Exine, what are you doing?" "Watching tigers fight," he said. But the old Taoist could not hear what he was saying in the rain. In fact, there was no way to hear it. After Li Yunxin finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and a gentle force knocked Lao Dao out and knocked him into the room. Then, Li Yunxin held the hilt of the sword in front of his knees again and sat still in the heavy rain. After 3 breaths, the whole city of Wei was covered in water vapor. Li Yunxin heard the sound of people stepping on the water. The white-clothed Ling Kongzi still looked dignified and plain. Her hair was soft, and her clothes were dry. Not a single drop of rain could touch her body, and it was blocked by the magic weapon. She walked to Li Yunxin's side and looked at the cup that was filled with rainwater, the thin bamboo that was bent over after being hit, and the lotus that was almost submerged in the water. Then she looked at Li Yunxin's hand. The hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. In fact, Li Yunxin was also trembling in the heavy rain, as if he was afraid of the cold. So she asked, "I don't see cultivators trembling. Are you afraid?" But Li Yunxin's voice was calm as usual, as if he was chatting in a warm afternoon, without a trace of trembling, because it hurts. "Oh," Ling Kongzi nodded. "You are on the verge of death, especially when it's raining like tonight. Everyone will say, 'The Dragon King is angry,' or something like that. But the original statue of Dragon King in the temple was replaced by yours. In that case, you must have left some of the dragon's qi in the statue. I miss him in my heart, but I miss you too." Li Yunxin took a deep breath full of moisture and opened his eyes slightly. He was surprised to find that Ling Kongzi was also kneeling in front of him. So he smiled. "You are very talkative today." The more he talked, the more complacent he felt, the more fearful he felt. "You are the latter. What are you worried about?" Ling Kongzi raised his head slightly to glance at the sky, and then he said, "You've done many things in these past few days. That day, I believed 70% of what you said. But these days you have done these things, so I can only believe 30% of it. I have thought about it for 3 days, but I still can't figure out what you are going to do. But these are not important. I have put a death curse on the city of Wei. As long as I think about it, no one can escape. If you're going to fake your death and try to practice the way of gods and ghosts, then I can tell you now, this death curse can also kill souls. So if you turn back and give up now, it is still not too late." Li Yunxin was silent for a while and opened his eyes to look at her. "What I do and say is easy to be misunderstood. If I say that I am really experiencing the last happy time of being a human, you will not believe me. And people like you, who are favored by God, have always been confident in themselves. You have your own worldview, logic system, and judgment standard. Everything I have said is just for your reference. So, you can't be relieved before you see me die. It is the same with Dragon's Son." Li Yunxin raised his head in the heavy rain with difficulty and looked up at the sky. Dragon's Son was hovering over the city of Wei, as if looking for them, and also seemed to be arranging something. I told him that I would help him, but he is doing it again. In such a short time, so much power of hope gathered on me. I will become very painful, and my ability will be greatly reduced. So, in fact, he does not completely believe my words. Both of you said you believe me, but in fact, you do not. But it doesn't matter. When you see my soul dispersing, you will no longer doubt me." As Li Yunxin said, he grabbed the slender white sword with his trembling hand. "Since you have confidence in yourself, what are you waiting for?" It seemed that because of the severe pain, his hand slipped on the edge of the sword when he held it. The extremely sharp blade easily cut through his hand and cut off his little finger like cutting tofu. As for Li Yunxin, her face actually revealed a slight expression, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. So Ling Kongzi realized he was really in pain. It was so painful that compared to the pain of his finger being cut off and then being drenched by the rain, it was a kind of enjoyment. Chapter 109. If that's the case, Ling Kongzi stood up. "I've given you a chance." As soon as she finished speaking, she took 2 steps back and took out the brush densely covered with talisman characters from her sleeve. Then, she took out a scroll from her sleeve. As soon as the golden scroll appeared in her hand, it immediately emitted a bright light. The entire backyard was illuminated by the treasured light, and even the bean-sized raindrops that were pouring down in torrents slowed down. Every single drop of water was sparkling and translucent, reflecting the splendor of the treasured scroll. "This is the Book of Luo," Ling Kongzi said slowly. "It's the treasure of my Langya cave, and it can write down the truth of heaven and earth. Now, I use it to write, just like the painting spirit of your painting sect. But it's not the same. If you haven't seen the power of the treasure of my Dao Tong, then just watch." She waved her hand, and the golden scroll unfolded in the air. The scroll was 3 feet long, almost as long as a small table. It was empty, and there was only a blank piece of paper with a misty green light on it. As soon as the Book of Luo appeared, the aura of treasure shot up to the sky, and the brilliance was bright. The entire Dragon King Temple suddenly became the brightest place in the city of Wei. When the dragon sun saw the treasure light, it roared angrily and dived down with the wind and thunder. Its real body, if laid horizontally on the ground, could stretch for 2 miles, the same length as the entire Taoshi Road. Now, the full force of the giant beast dive suddenly exploded in the air with the sound of rolling thunder. The rain and clouds were wrapped up by him, and between the layers of clouds there was a bright flash of lightning. The dragon's body immediately disappeared into the clouds, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a tornado from the dark sky, flashing with lightning, and directly pierced into a small courtyard in the city of Wei. Li Yunxin looked up at the clouds, and only felt that the whole world was pressing down. From a very far distance, it was just a slender branch that came down from the clouds. But looking from the ground, the thinnest end of this tornado was already so huge that it could envelop 7 or 8 courtyards. Behind the clouds, Long Sun's Chuan's shimmering horns, whiskers, and sharp teeth could be vaguely seen, illuminated by the lightning, making them look particularly ferocious. For the second time, Li Yunxin saw that huge eye. One eye was as tall as him, and this entire head was like a small mountain. It came crashing down. They were still 100 meters above the ground, but the wind pressure had already blown away Li Yunxin's hair bun. Even the square table in the courtyard, along with the bowls and plates on it, were torn to pieces. The green tiles on the roof of the entire house cracked into tiny pieces, and the house began to groan as if it couldn't bear the weight. Amidst the terrifying sounds of thunder, wind, rain, and roaring, Ling Kongzi picked up the brush and wrote 3 words on the Book of Luo: calm, wind, wave. As soon as the words were formed, the entire world suddenly became quiet. Wind, rain, and thunder all disappeared without a trace in an instant. It was as if a pair of invisible giant hands had replaced the stormy sky with a silent film of bright moons and glittering stars in the blink of an eye. A moment ago, there was still the deafening roar and the bone-chilling wind and rain. But now, the clouds and rain had stopped, and the night sky was clear, as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. And Long Sun, who was originally roaring and diving down, suddenly lost the clouds and rain and instantly turned back into a man in human form. He fell from 100 meters in the sky with a bang. As he fell, the soil and stones in the courtyard were scattered, and a 2-foot deep pit was immediately formed. This pit was close to Li Yunxin and Ling Kongzi. But this Daotong cultivator was not anxious, and he didn't even move half a step back. After the loud bang subsided, the 9th young master, who had turned back into human form, climbed up from the ground angrily and said softly, "Give me the translucent jade scroll. Maybe you can become the guardian beast of the mountain." At this moment, the sound of people could be heard. The crying of children, the screaming of women, the crowing of chickens, and the barking of dogs, all of these suddenly broke out at this moment. Among the hundreds of thousands of people in the city of Wei, more than one person had seen the unusual phenomenon of the tornado wrapped with thunder and lightning. If there were brave and sharp-eyed people, they could even see the vague dragon body in the clouds. Such a strong wind and heavy rain could be considered a natural disaster. Some of the houses in the city were in ruins, and they had already collapsed tonight. And the houses near the Dragon King Temple, because of Long Sun's attack just now, even the houses covered with green tiles could not withstand it, and were on the verge of collapse. So people knew it was the Dragon King who was angry. That Shinryu had appeared, and it was in the direction of the Dragon King Temple. The people near the Dragon King Temple were running away in panic. Who cared about the appearance of the Dragon King? They had to save their lives first. And those who were trembling in fear suddenly saw the clouds and rain in the sky suddenly stopped, as if it was a nightmare, and they were surprised. In this life, who could see Shinryu? Since the clouds and rain had stopped, Why not hurry to the Dragon King temple and see if there would be a dragon scale or beard left by the Dragon King? At least they could get some dragon energy. So people gradually gathered their courage and walked towards the Dragon King temple. At first, there were only a few, and then there were groups of 3 to 5. After a quarter of an hour, there were already people gathering. It was said that the divine dragon had appeared in the Dragon King temple and was going to pick up the beard and dragon scale. Such noise, very quickly, came from all directions. At this time, the dragon's son, who was no longer in the wind and rain, was already standing in the courtyard. He glared at Ling Kongzi, and his eyes turned from black to light yellow, and his thin pupils indicated that he was in a state of extreme rage. He opened his mouth angrily and revealed 2 rows of extremely sharp teeth. Do you know that I am Chiwen? My father is the ruler of all the demons in the world, the only divine dragon in the world. You are courting death. After saying this, he waved his sleeve and was about to rise from the clouds and rise to the sky. But this time, Li Yunxin saw some faint dragon scales suddenly appear under his white robe, but soon disappeared like a phantom. A few clouds of water vapor appeared around the 9th young master, but disappeared in a flash, like the white fog of winter. This time, he didn't fly away from the clouds. His feet were still firmly on the ground. But Ling Kongzi stretched out his hand and gently combed a strand of hair beside his ear and looked at Dragon's son. The storm has been settled. Where do you want to go? You are born with the body of a great demon, and ordinary people can't do anything to you. Even if I am at the peak of the transcendent state, I can only injure you. But today I brought this magic treasure and also set up a magic array. I have cut off your fate with this world, and your mana is isolated outside the city walls of Wei, and you can't use it. Can you feel it? If it wasn't for the fear of endangering the lives of all the people in the city, I could have turned you into a rain of blood when you were in the sky, and you would not be noisy here. Give me the Jade Scroll. Maybe you can become the guardian beast. Hearing these words from Ling Kongzi, the originally angry 9th young master suddenly laughed sinisterly. He didn't try to fly, but put his hands behind his back and stared at the scroll in front of Ling Kongzi. Magic treasure? What magic treasure? Li Yunxin recognized this look. That night, when he took the translucent jade scroll from him, he had the same look. Chapter 110. The great demon didn't seem to take Ling Kongzi's words seriously. Ling Kongzi shook her head gently. Stubborn. She knew that demons were different from ordinary people. Even if they looked like humans and were more agile than humans, it was hard to get rid of their beastly nature. For instance, a cat is staring intently at something, and if you make a noise somewhere else, or put a little thing that will attract its attention, it will immediately turn and run away, forgetting all about it. A great demon like 9th young master felt that he was strong, but also had a wild nature. Ling Kongzi just took it as his bestial nature acting up and could not be bothered with him. Instead, she turned to Li Yunxin. Did you see that? This is the power of Dao Dong's magic weapon. In this city, fate will be cut off. His life and death are in my hands. You are a good painter, a Taoist painter who can make treasured scrolls. That's why I tolerated you doing so many things in the city. When you were in Xianghua House, you said it very well. You are very useful. The things you said to me before, such as sacrificing yourself for him, I didn't believe it. Now I'm telling you these things. If you still have other thoughts, such as continuing to live and cultivate, then don't do stupid things. Here, I'm giving you a chance to live. The first chance I gave you was in Xiao's house. The second chance I gave you was in Xianghua House. Now, this is the third chance I'm giving you. I have a good impression of you, and I don't want you to end up with your body and soul destroyed. So I watched you do those things and tolerated you until now. It's to let you see what I, Dao Tong, can do and how powerless your schemes are in front of such power. But Li Yunxin just sat there with his hair down, with the sword on his knees. Because he lost too much blood from the wound on his little finger, his lips were a little pale. He opened his eyes and slightly raised his head to look at Lu Ling. His long eyelashes were trembling, and his whole body was trembling. After looking at her for a while, he said with difficulty, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Lu Ling looked at him for a while before letting out a low sigh. "There's one more thing. Do you know? I sent someone to tell Yin Pingji, Taoist Lu, this is your Taoist heart." Naturally, he doesn't know what a Taoist heart is, but he knows that it's a person who can make you wish you were dead if you're killed. It doesn't matter what method you use, whether it's a real death or a fake death. The day you die, Yin Pingji will come and get rid of him. If you really want to die, then I'm just being paranoid and wanted to accompany you. If you are indeed plotting, are you willing to lose your Tao heart or this tribulation? Li Yunxin closed his eyes and thought for a while before opening them again. You used to be a little white flower. How did you become a scheming bitch? Is it because I told you in Qianhua Tower that he might be my Tao heart or Tao tribulation that you're thinking about him? But you always say that Tao Tong is awesome. There are countless ways to mess with me, so why bother making things difficult for him? Actually, what else do you want to do? Lu Ling seemed to smile slightly. You're a smart person after all. You're not the only one who can use a scheme to kill two birds with one stone. That magistrate has cruelly harmed the common people, but I can't use this to deal with him. But if his subordinates kill cultivators, this Taoist Lu, you should have taught him the heavens will technique. Then it's Dao Dong's business. I'm doing it for him, but also for more things. It's just that you ran into it. Li Yunxin sighed. I understand. That person bending the law for personal gain is just an excuse. You, or someone behind you, is plotting more things. You'll have to deal with him eventually. But you said so much. Is that all you want to say? I always feel that you're stalling for time. Ling Kongzi laughed softly. Indeed, severing fate fruit and killing living souls are both against the harmony of heaven. Since it's against the harmony of heaven, let heaven do it. It's better for humans not to interfere. It's now the hour of the Su, the time when the righteous cultivators of heaven and earth patrol the human world. It's the most suitable time to kill this demon. She finally turned to the ninth young master. Since you're not willing to hand over the jade slip, I'll deal with you and take my time to find it. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the sound of the wall collapsing. The courtyard wall of the Dragon King Temple was already on the verge of collapsing when the ninth young master's real body swooped down from the sky. At this time, after being soaked in water for a long time, it finally couldn't support itself and collapsed. Because it was the night after the rain, there wasn't too much smoke and dust, although only a long strip of the west wall beside the door collapsed. But the crowd outside the wall could already be seen. In the courtyard, the brilliance of the ancient book suddenly poured out, covering a large part of the street. In such an era, at such a time, to see such brilliance, and to see the person standing in front of the scroll, the people who came to the Dragon King Temple to watch the fun were stunned for a moment, and then they exclaimed in a low voice like a breeze, the immortal had appeared. Some recognized that Li Yunxin was the one who walked around the city recently and created such a miraculous scene in the Willow River, so they thought that the strange scene tonight was most likely caused by this immortal. But there were also some clever ones who felt that the atmosphere there did not seem to be right. It did not look like the immortals were praising the breeze and the bright moon, but more like the immortals were fighting, so they were wavering between staying far away and taking a good look at this rare spectacle, until they saw the female immortal with a blurry face raise her left hand to the top of her head, like pulling out a transparent hairpin. She pulled something out. Then a green light flashed on Ling Kongzi's body. At this moment, she actually completely changed her appearance. It was a plain white dress with a simple Taoist bun. But at this moment, she finally revealed her true appearance. It was a pink palace dress with big sleeves, a gorgeous cloud bun decorated with jewels and gold jewelry, a pendant decorated all over her body, and a face that was incomparably beautiful, like that of a goddess. When they saw this kind of attire that could only appear in paintings, and this kind of appearance that was difficult to imagine unless they saw it with their own eyes, the ordinary people outside the courtyard instantly became deathly silent. However, in the next moment, they knelt on the ground in unison and started shouting and praising in a disorderly manner. But Ling Kongzi didn't care about those ordinary people. She just slightly turned her face to look at Li Yunxin. However, the latter didn't seem to have much special feelings about her true appearance. He just slightly raised his eyebrows. She looked solemnly at the dragon's son who had been imprisoned in the pit. "Your time has come." Then, she shook her left hand gently, and an invisible shadow stood on the ground. In a breath's time, this shadow slowly became clear. It was actually the appearance of the plain and unclear Ling Kongzi from before. At this time, Li Yunxin, who had been looking at her coldly, finally asked, "What kind of treasure is this?" A subtle and strange feeling of satisfaction flashed through her heart. Lu Ling hesitated for a moment, but still raised her head slightly, coldly looked at Li Yunxin, and said, "This is a feather robe. When worn on the body, in addition to repelling external evil and hiding one's appearance, it can also absorb people's essence, qi, and spiritual power. When the time is right, take it off and temporarily give birth to another you. Although it can't last long, but during this period of time, you can do many things. For example, bear this fruit of fate that goes against the harmony of heaven." Then, she lightly waved her hand and said in a low voice, "Go." After saying this in a low voice, Ling Kongzi, who was dressed in splendid palace robes, suddenly took a step back, giving up the position of the Book of Luo. And the doppelganger, Lu Ling, stepped forward and grabbed the talisman brush suspended in midair. The brush moved like dragons and snakes, and in one breath, he wrote 3 words, "Golden Wrong Blade." Once the words were written, the treasure scroll immediately emitted a green light. In the pit, around the 9th young master, 4 golden-armored strong men suddenly appeared out of thin air. These 4 strong men occupied the front, back, left, and right of the 9th young master, and each of them held a cold saw wrapped in gold. Their eyes shone brightly, and they chanted in unison, "The 4 directions night wandering gods are here, under the order of the celestial master, slaying evil." Their voices were like a great bell, reverberating for several miles, scaring the surrounding commoners into kowtowing like pounding garlic. Even their voices could not be heard. As soon as the 4 strong men's voices fell, the 4 cold saws chopped down towards Long Sun's head. This was imposing momentum, unparalleled killing intent. Gods and ghosts flee, in turbulent wind and clouds. With a loud noise, a cloud of dust suddenly rose from the pit and soared into the sky. The flying debris hit the broken walls and bamboo, making a cracking sound. It made people wonder if there was a demon's flesh and blood mixed in it. As for Ling Kongzi, after taking a step back, she only stared at Li Yunxin, who was kneeling on the ground, without a moment's distraction. After the 4 strong men killed with all their might, and the cloud of dust rose, she said in a cold voice, "Are you sure you don't want to think about it? Now you have seen it. If I, Dao Tong, kill this dragon son with my magic weapon, it will be like a little girl. Does she really think that with this thing she can do anything to me?" However, her words were suddenly interrupted by such a sentence that was filled with killing intent, anger, and coldness. Ling Kongzi turned around right away and took 2 steps back successively before withdrawing a bright and golden brass small mirror from his sleeve. After that, he looked at the pit where the dust and mist had already dispersed. 2 pairs of jet-black antlers had already sprouted from Long Zishi's forehead. His clothes were torn and tattered, revealing a body of steel-like scales underneath. His hair had turned white like the hair on his real body. On both sides of his cheeks, there were tattoos and small scales. He opened his big mouth, which was full of shining sharp teeth, and let out a roar that sounded like billions of male beasts roaring at the moon. "I am Wei River Dragon King." Chapter 111. Before this furious roar, which pierced through the clouds and shook the 9 heavens, could stop. Ninth young master's body swayed, and he grew in the wind. What a good dragon's son! In just one breath, he became a demon with a height of more than 10 feet, eyes as big as copper bells, and a mouth as big as a blood basin. This fiend celestial, who was twice as tall as Lu Ling, had bulging muscles and was covered in dark green scales that were as sharp as blades. Although his eyebrows were long and slender, and when he closed his mouth, there was a pair of huge coral antlers on his forehead. The dragon antlers were bright red, as if every branch was smeared with human blood and would flow down the next moment. The hair on his head was snow white, which made the pair of antlers even more dazzling. As soon as the dragon's son showed his demon body, the mortals outside the temple were shocked. People talked about immortals, ghosts, and demons. But how many of them had actually seen a demon? Not even 1 in a million beasts possess spiritual intelligence. Even if they do possess spiritual intelligence, those who commit evil acts in the human world but have low cultivation base have long been eliminated. Those with higher cultivation would have understood the ways of the world. They would either play some tricks and pretend to be a living god to collect incense, or they would still do evil but not be too arrogant. Even a big demon like the 9th young master, although he ate humans openly, would not appear in the city during the day. If he really angered the Daotong Kenzo, he would not be able to get away with it. After all, humanity was flourishing in this world. Even a big demon who knew everything in the world could not go against the law of nature. But at this moment, the dragon's son showed his human Dharmakaya in front of the people of the city of Wei. As soon as he appeared, the surrounding area was filled with green light and misty water vapor. He really looked like a demon that had leaped out of hell. Yin Wei scared the people outside the temple so much that their legs turned to jelly. They didn't even have the strength to run for their lives. They could only kowtow like pounding garlic, begging for help. This dragon Z let out a laughter that was as loud as a bell. Using his golden eyes to stare at Ling Kongzi viciously, he tilted his head slightly and looked down at her. You stupid Taoist. Broken fate fruit? There are millions and millions of demons in the world. You can go and break anyone's karma, but you have to break my karma? Didn't anyone teach you that I, the dragons, do not belong to the 3 realms and 5 elements? This king has no fate in this world to begin with. At this point, he suddenly frowned. Noisy. With a wave of his hand, a wave of divine power grabbed a crying child from the crowd, and the child landed in his palm. Before Ling Kongzi could react, the demon clenched his fist and raised his head. He swallowed the child's blood that flowed out from between his fingers. He clenched his fist a few more times. When he could not squeeze any more blood out, he threw away a pile of flesh and bones that could no longer be seen. The moment the child's screams came to an abrupt end, the crowd near the Dragon King Temple also fell silent. The 9th young master looked at them with his demonic eyes and said, If you keep talking, don't annoy me. I'll eat them all. No one dared to make a sound after the thunderous roar. Even if there were some ignorant children crying, their mouths would be tightly covered. Some of them recovered from the fright and found a gap in the crowd to sneak out. On the other hand, even more commoners that didn't have much knowledge and were cowardly were like lambs that were terrified to the point of being slaughtered, and they lay on the ground while shivering while using their gazes to look at the peerlessly gorgeous Ling Kongzi. The 9th young master looked at Ling Kongzi and smiled cruelly. You stupid Taoist. You can't even protect yourself, and you want to stand up for them? However, Ling Kongzi had already calmed down with a bronze mirror in her hand. She pulled out a white jade hairpin with phoenix wings inlaid with gold from the hairpins on her head. She snorted, I don't have the mood to stand up for these mortals. But you can't protect yourself? You really don't know the power of my Taoist magic weapon. Then, she hit the bronze mirror with the white jade hairpin. The sound of metal and stone colliding could be heard. It was like celestial music from the 9 heavens. The lingering sound lingered in everyone's ears. Ling Kongzi, who was originally standing in front of the Book of Luo, suddenly became like a marionette, and his 4 limbs suddenly trembled. Ling Kongzi hit the mirror a second time. An illusory figure suddenly separated from the puppet and began to dance with joy. She quickly hit the mirror 4 times. Then, 5 clones appeared in front of the scroll. As soon as the 5 avatars appeared, they joined hands and started writing on the scroll. The Book of Luo shone brightly again. It even forced back the fierce aura of the 9th young master's avatar. Ling Kongzi's footsteps moved once more, and he wrote 6 talisman markings in the sky. Suddenly, the front of the Book of Luo shone brightly again. She seemed to have set up several strong restrictions to prevent Long Sun from rushing to the front of the scroll. But in the next moment, Long Sun rushed to the front of the Book of Luo. His huge, towering body moved, stirring up a whirlwind on the ground. The golden restrictions that Ling Kongzi had just set up shattered into pieces like paper, and they only left behind numerous glowing halos in the sky. No matter what kind of restriction it was, it couldn't hurt Long Sun at all. It couldn't stop him at all. He strode over to arrive before the treasure scroll with 3 steps before grabbing out with his hand, and he grabbed the treasure scroll along with Ling Kongzi's feather-clothed clone in his palm. He used some kind of magical power. When he opened it again, it was gone. The dragon's son laughed out loud, causing the gravel on the ground to tremble slightly. "Stupid Taoist, you know that I like shiny treasures, so you came to give me a treasure. If you were hiding in the city, you might be able to harm me with your Taoist techniques. But now, you've sent yourself to me. I don't have any fate. Why would I be afraid of your techniques? Stupid Taoist, how do you think I'm able to dominate the world?" The 9th young master leaned forward and stared at Lu Ling. He raised his voice. "You deserve to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the fiend god had already moved forward ferociously, and his fist smashed towards Ling Kongzi. Like a mountain crashing down, this punch tore through the air, stirring up ripples that swept away a large area of water on the ground in an instant. Ling Kongzi could only dodge when facing a strike like this. She shouted in a low voice. The ornaments on her body emitted a dazzling light. They supported her and moved her a step to the side. Long Sun punched the ground. With a loud bang, the wall on the other side that hadn't collapsed also came crashing down. The raging wind, the arrow-like water currents, and the scattered debris, all of them bombarded Li Yunxin's body, almost knocking him down. When he once again strenuously propped himself up, Long Zi and Ling Kongzi were already fighting each other. Although cultivators tempered their bodies, they weren't as strong as demons in the end. It was originally impossible for this Ling Kongzi to be evenly matched with this dragon. But she had a lot of magic treasures on her. Magic treasures were called magic treasures because they were rare and precious. But Li Yunxin realized that Ling Kongzi seemed to be. Every piece of clothing and ornament was a magic treasure. No wonder she wore the feather clothes to cover her face. But she only fought with the demon in the Dragon King temple. She dodged left and right, but she couldn't get out of this place. Li Yunxin realized that she was plotting something, but he didn't care. Right now, he was right amidst the strong gales that the two of them were exchanging blows with each other. Ling Kongzi was fighting Long Zi with a thin sword, and no matter if it was the wind from the sword or the wind from the fist, so long as a little bit of it touched him, his body would be destroyed. So he stood up with difficulty, carrying the sword. He walked along the wall to the front of the crowd. When the people who were originally trembling in fear saw him coming, they hurriedly said, "Immortal Master above, Immortal Master above, those two are fighting. What should we do?" Li Yunxin found a collapsed rock and sat down. He rolled his eyes at the person who asked, "Are you stupid? Run?" "But that's Dragon King?" The person who asked was trembling. He only dared to look at the two people. "That's alas, I don't know who the demon is. But if we run when we see immortals fighting demons, when the immortals blame us," Li Yunxin listened to him. He was stunned for a moment and then sighed. "Oh, yes. After all, you are ignorant and superstitious ancient working people. Usually, you don't have any serious beliefs. But when you see the immortals, you are more afraid of karma than anyone else. He waved his hand weakly. I'll forgive you. Run for your lives. But the few of you go to that house. There's a Lao Dao inside. Carry him out and take him with you. As soon as he said this, the people outside turned and ran as if they had been granted amnesty. The people who were pointed at by him looked hesitant. They looked into the house and knelt down, saying, Immortal, please don't make things difficult for us. They're fighting fiercely there. If we go in the house, it might collapse. Li Yunxin was already irritated by the pain. Hearing this, he glared and raised his eyebrows. He lifted his leg and kicked the person in front. I'm talking to you nicely. Why the F***CK do you want to take advantage of me? Then he waved his sword and cut the big green rock beside him into two, as if he was cutting tofu. Do I look like a F***king good person to you? Go right now. If anything happens to that Lao Dao inside, I'll kill your whole family. As soon as he shouted, the people immediately got up from the ground. They covered their heads and ran toward the house with trembling legs. Not long after, Lu Lao Dao was carried out from the house. He looked at Li Yunxin from afar and didn't dare to come closer. Long Sun and Ling Kongzi were fighting on the other side of the courtyard. One was fierce and domineering, while the other was light and agile. The thin sword stabbed on Long Sun's scales, creating sparks and clanking sounds. But this thin sword was unable to break through the layer of Ling Kongzi's armor. Instead, it caused this great demon who had failed to hit Ling Kongzi time and time again to roar in anger. A few people carried old Taoist Lu, who was trembling like a spring that had been bounced a few times in the strong wind. Li Yunxin sighed and waved his hand at them. Thus, these people carried old Taoist Lu and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Then he sat down again and stared at the fairy and Long Sun. Ling Kongzi had just set up a tactical array in this courtyard, so he didn't go out and just waited for the right time. As for the ninth young master, Li Yunxin felt that he didn't have long to live. If he was really going to win, according to his character, he wouldn't be so angry and impatient. He made himself more comfortable, averted his eyes, and looked into the distance. The city of Wei was lit up. The news had spread. Almost no one could sleep peacefully tonight. The people would be as lively as during the day. So far, although there were some twists and turns, everything was going according to plan. Li Yunxin thought for a while, then picked up the sword and raised his left hand. With a little force, he cut off his ring finger. Then he gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. He stared at the broken finger and the bright red blood on the ground, but his face showed a twisted smile. I'm really a F***king genius. The battle didn't last long, as Li Yunxin had expected. If the Dharmakaya of the ninth young master could change at will, why do you have to look like a young master in white? When the ninth young master made his move, it was on a completely different level from the ninth young master's move. After a quarter of an hour, the earth-shattering roar gradually weakened. The two fought for a few rounds. The backyard of the Dragon King Temple had been razed to the ground. Even the front yard had collapsed into a pile of rubble. When the smoke slowly dispersed, the things that Ling Kongzi had set up in the Dragon King Temple could finally be seen. Li Yunxin thought that the small courtyard of the Dragon King Temple was the square inch of heaven and earth. Now he really saw it. 12 slender golden rays, with the small courtyard of the Dragon King Temple as the base, outlined a cube in the air. Just now, Ling Kongzi dodged left and right. He only used the thin sword in his hand to block Dragon Sun's attack. He never jumped out of the cube. At this moment, that Long Z actually seemed to be faintly exhausted. He still looked majestic, but he was half kneeling on the ground. His chest was heaving up and down like a bellow. He propped himself up with two arms and stared at the female Taoist with a pair of golden eyes. The thin sword in Ling Kongzi's hand was broken. She stood high on the only thin bamboo that had not been broken by the strong wind. She looked at the broken sword and threw it at Dragon Sun. Dragon Sun did not dodge. He let the short sword spin and slash his face. 3 thin scales were struck off. Li Yunxin said softly. It turned out that his Dharmakaya was not innately strong and could break all prohibitions. Without magic power, it would still be weak. He noted this point down as well. This treasure is called core. Ling Kongzi spoke in a calm and composed manner, and he combed the hair on his temples. The night wind blew her hair to the side of her mouth, making her look beautiful. If you use a little bit of strength in the square inch, it will drain you twice as much strength. If an ordinary person entered this place, he would probably collapse after a few steps. If a perfected master entered this place and attacked with all his strength, he could only last for a quarter of an hour. You actually managed to hold on for so long. You are a natural demon after all. Now that your Dharmakaya is broken, hand over the book of Luo, the feather robe, and the bright jade room, and she paused for a moment. It seemed that she had used up too much energy and her brain was not as agile. She wanted to kill him. So what else could she do? Ling Kongzi's face darkened. After a moment of silence, she said, "Fine. You're a demon. You won't change. I'll get rid of you first, then I'll look for more." After saying this, she turned her head slightly to look at Li Yunxin. The ninth young master also turned his head and stared at him. Since the first time they met, this demon had never been so embarrassed. He stared at Li Yunxin with a pair of golden eyes, gritted his teeth, and breathed out white mist from his nostrils. He just stared at him. Li Yunxin could only sigh when he was stared at by two people at the same time. He spread his hands and tilted his head. "What do you think?" The pupils of the white-haired, ferocious beast became even thinner in the night. He suddenly turned his head to look at Ling Kongzi, then at Li Yunxin. Finally, he exerted strength in his arms and stood up shakily. "You lied to me?" Li Yunxin shrugged yes. Long Zi's eyes suddenly widened, and he took a step forward as if he was about to collapse. He had to stop. More steam came out of his nostrils and mouth. "Why?" Li Yunxin was silent for a while and slightly frowned. "Why? It's very embarrassing." "Friend, why do you ask? You always hit me. You hit me twice, and you always want to eat me. You make me feel uncomfortable. You also took the translucent jade scroll. You know, I really like that thing. And you also ate Inshiro. If you did one less thing, I would think about whether I should really kill you or not." Li Yunxin looked straight into Long Sun's eyes. "I hate people who kill girls the most. Girls are such adorable creatures." The ninth young master glared at Li Yunxin with a pair of glistening yellow eyes. His body was covered with dark green scales. He stared at Li Yunxin for a while before he suddenly shouted furiously, "What translucent jade slip? Are you talking about that little thing? I only wanted to take something from you. So, I gave you an armor. That armor is this young master's. Rebel. My scale. My reverse scale. That woman. If you say so, I won't eat her. I also didn't eat that Lao Dao." After saying all this, the dragon stared at Li Yunxin for a long time, and then roared again, "Aren't we friends? You said so." Li Yunxin just sat on the rock and didn't say anything, but his eyes slowly looked down. He heard the sound of the night wind passing through the only thin bamboo in the courtyard. Long Sun's breathing became heavier, but the mist coming out of his mouth and nose became less and less. The scales on his body became sparse, and his body became smaller. The two horns on his head began to fade and shrink. He stared at Li Yunxin and finally turned into the handsome ninth young master. But at this moment, he was naked and his hair was messy. He was so weak that he looked like an ordinary human. Li Yunxin was silent for a while and then smiled. "I see. I'm sorry. I didn't live up to your kindness. But most of the time, you don't think the other party should accept what you've given. Maybe what you give isn't what the other party wants. When it comes to relationships, it has to be consensual." "I'm sorry, ninth young master." Li Yunxin raised his eyes again and looked at him. You're lucky enough to die and time travel again. Of course, you don't know what time travel is, but it's not important. If you meet me again, then remember, don't believe a single word I said. You can eat me that night." After saying that, Li Yunxin forced himself to stand up. His condition was actually not much better than this extremely weak dragon son, but in the end, he was still slightly better. He carried the sword and walked slowly to stand in front of Dragon's son. He looked into his eyes and sighed. My friend, since so many misunderstandings have led us to this stage, just let me see you off. I don't think you'll be happy to die in the hands of that woman. Dragon's son still didn't say anything. He just nodded slightly. So, Li Yunxin raised the small sword with difficulty. With a light stab, the whole sword went into Dragon's son's chest. Soon after, he pulled downwards again. This sword nearly split Long Zi's body into two halves. Fresh blood and internal organs flowed out with a splash. But because of this action, Li Yunxin's body leaned forward slightly. So, the dying dragon's son took the opportunity to jump into his arms. The nails on his right hand suddenly grew and pierced deep into his body. This dragon's son used the last of his strength to widen his eyes and roared in Li Yunxin's ear, I am Wei River Dragon King. These words took away the last of his life force. After that, his body suddenly became blurry. Gradually, it became transparent. Then this transparent body began to tremble. In the end, it turned into a flowing green light. Losing her support, Li Yunxin knelt on the ground with a thud. 5 terrible holes appeared on his back. It had pierced through his body. If it wasn't for the strong physique of a cultivator, he would have died. But blood kept flowing out. In just a short while, his body was completely dyed red. The loss of blood brought about a strong dizziness and an irresistible sleepiness. In such tiredness, he leaned on the sword and stared at the place where the 9th young master's body disappeared. He was silent for a while. He doesn't seem to be as bad as you think. Ling Kongzi floated down from the bamboo and looked worriedly at the wound on Li Yunxin's back. But an animal is an animal. Even if I die, I want you to be buried with me. Li Yunxin coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. He tried a few times before he could speak. Your words don't make sense. At least when I saw him, I knew he was a dangerous guy. Some people look kind, but are actually very scary. Ling Kongzi took a step back and looked at Li Yunxin with a frown. What do you mean? Li Yunxin raised his head and smiled weakly. Are you afraid of me? The gorgeous priestess looked at him for a while and shook her head slightly. Logically, you shouldn't be alive. But you... She subconsciously looked at the place where the 9th young master's body disappeared. You are indeed scary. But his corpse... What was going on? Even his soul dissipated along with it? Li Yunxin raised his head and looked into the distance. He quickly looked away and handed the thin sword in his hand to Ling Kongzi. If you are afraid of me, then kill me. Ling Kongzi was still frowning. He even took a step back and didn't take it, because she realized that from a certain point of view, it was Li Yunxin's plan to get her to help him kill Dragon's son. She was at the peak of transcendent state, and Dragon's son was a rare and powerful monster. But it seemed that they were both used by him. You are afraid, beauty. Li Yunxin looked at her. The problem is that I'm already like this. What are you afraid of? Ling Kongzi was still looking at him. Therefore, Li Yunxin sighed and tried to stab the sword in her hand into her chest. But he managed to stand up, but he couldn't stab it anymore. He could only look at Ling Kongzi for help. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and said, It really hurts, my friend. After watching for a while, when he finally couldn't stand it anymore and was about to close his eyes, Ling Kongzi sighed heavily. He stepped forward and pressed his palm on the hilt of the sword. The snow-white sword pierced into Li Yunxin's chest without any resistance. He breathed out his last breath and closed his eyes as if he was relieved. Ling Kongzi brushed his left hand over his eyes, and he saw a soul standing up from his corpse in a daze. Without any hesitation, he used the small mirror in his sleeve to strike the soul. There was a deep sigh that sounded like a gentle breeze. Li Yunxin's soul disappeared without a trace. Ling Kongzi held the small sword and stood there for a while. Then he said in a low voice, That's it. But then he heard the sound of a copper bell. In the night and the night wind, there was only one sound. It appeared out of nowhere. She held the sword warily and turned to look at the street outside the courtyard. A young girl with her hair tied loosely behind her head was riding a black donkey. She was staring at the sword in her hand. And Li Yunxin's body, Chapter 112. The dust caused by the fight with Long Sun had dissipated, and the air was filled with the sweet smell of Li Yunxin's blood. There was a slight earthy smell in the ruins of the collapsed walls, but the crushed flowers and trees in the courtyard still had a strong fragrance. At such a night, at such a moment, Ling Kongzi exhaled slightly and adjusted her body into a battle-ready state again in an unnoticeable manner. Her heartstrings were tight, and she was on the alert, especially when she was facing the ninth young master and Li Yunxin. When did this woman appear? She had many magic treasures on her, so it was not difficult for her to face a great demon like the ninth young master. But the woman in front of her, she could not see through her, because no matter how she looked and felt, she was just an ordinary person. Therefore, she subconsciously clenched the thin white sword in her hand, which had killed the ninth young master and Li Yunxin, and asked, "Who are you, young lady?" From afar came the sound of dogs barking and human voices. One of the brave ones saw that both of them were dead in the vicinity and went to report the news. After all, the city of Wei was under the rule of the emperor. Mortals could not do anything when immortals fought. But this matter was over, and it would be unreasonable if the government did not intervene. But the woman on the black donkey only stared at the sword in her hand. After staring for a while, she got off the donkey. Her figure was similar to Ling Kongzi, and even though she wore plain clothes like a daughter from a humble family, she could still be considered to be an extremely outstanding beauty. Compared to Ling Kongzi's beauty, she had a different kind of charm. She did not answer. After standing still, she moved her eyes from the sword to Ling Kongzi's face. Then she raised her hand and waved. Ling Kongzi suspected that she was going to attack, and subconsciously raised her sword to block. But the sword in her hand suddenly flew out of her hand and into the woman's hand. She was a peak stage transcendent state overlord, and her physical strength was beyond the imagination of mortals. Although the hands holding the sword looked slender and tender, these fingers were filled with spiritual power. Two of them could easily crush the bones of a strong man's arm. But now, the sword had easily escaped from her hand because the sword turned into a feather. When it landed in the woman's hand, it had already turned into a long, pure white feather. At this time, Ling Kongzi realized that the shape of the rapier really did look like a slender feather. She gently stroked the feather and put it into her sleeve. Then, he suddenly smiled and said, "Me? My name is Bai Yunxin. I'm Li Yunxin's good friend. He's mine. Did you also use this feather to kill Dragon Little Nine? He's mine too." Bai Yunxin raised her head slightly as she stared at Ling Kongzi with her big and round eyes, and she asked her like a real little girl who was 17 or 18 years old, "Tell me, why did you kill them?" At this moment, Ling Kongzi was convinced that this was a monster. A big monster. A monster that was far more powerful than the ninth dragon's son. This kind of strange, evil aura was faintly revealed from her hair, clothes, and every word she said. Humans did not have such an aura. She quickly weighed the pros and cons of running away and said slowly, "The ninth dragon's son robbed Daodong's Dharma treasures and refused to return them. Li Yunxin killed himself. Daodong, the treasures of the Langia Grotto Heaven, the ancient book and the feather robe, and the treasures of the two saints, the jade scroll of enlightenment." When she said this, she was interrupted by Bai Yunxin's laughter. She seemed to have heard something very interesting. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Although her voice was soft, it was strangely clear, as if it could reach the ninth heaven through the ruins of the Dragon King's temple. At this time, the bailiffs of the government finally rushed over, only to see two beautiful women talking. The official leading the team watched carefully for a while and realized that things did not seem to end as they thought. Because the girl who was laughing with her hands covering her mouth, although she was laughing and making a sound, her eyes were still wide open. They didn't bend or narrow like ordinary people. It was as if her eyes couldn't bend. It looked very strange. She stared for a while, then put down her hand, and her expression suddenly became cold. The feather robe? Her tone was cold, as if she was full of anger. Daodong's Dharma treasure? Bullsh *T. But after saying this, she quickly covered her mouth again. Ah, you can't talk like this. You all heard it, right? This sentence was directed at the officials. She twisted the corner of her clothes with her other hand, like a girl who had done something wrong and was afraid of being found out. Even the slowest person could realize that the situation was unusual. The official leading the team subconsciously pressed the short knife at his waist and took a step back. You must have heard it. Bai Yunxin frowned. Trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, she casually swung her arm. A large feather-like shadow appeared along with her arm and quickly expanded. Before the official could finish his words, he stopped talking. After a breath, the upper bodies of him and the 20 or 30 people behind him all slid down, revealing a very smooth and clean cut. Before the broken bodies fell to the ground, the row of houses behind them began to collapse with a rumble, and a large amount of smoke rose. The rumbling sound of the house collapsing could be heard for a few miles. When the smoke finally dispersed, Ling Kongzi realized Bai Yunxin's casual attack just now destroyed half of the Taoshi Road. This was definitely not a top predator among the demons that she, who was at the peak of the transcendent state, could deal with. Even if she gave up all her magic weapons, she might not be able to escape unscathed. Bai Yunxin stared at Ling Kongzi again and showed her small white teeth. Give me the feather clothes. Give me the 9th one. Give me the soul food. As soon as the high-pitched voice came out, Lu Ling did not hesitate at all. She rushed to the sky and flew straight to the north. The magic weapons on her all shone, and like a colorful shooting star, she flew hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. But the next moment, everyone in the city of Wei heard a series of loud, rumbling sounds, which made the doors and windows of the city tremble. A conical cloud of white mist suddenly erupted in the night sky, followed by a second cloud, a third cloud, and a fourth cloud. A series of sonic booms formed from surpassing the speed of sound appeared in the sky above the city of Wei almost at the same instant, chasing after Ling Kongzi's figure. In the end, a large expanse of golden light suddenly burst out from the body of the cultivator with brilliant and colorful flowing lights, like a bird with broken wings. He fell diagonally into the forest outside the city of Wei. This night, at this moment, almost everyone heard a sharp, high-pitched, ear-piercing cry of a crane at the same time, and an illusion of a white crane with wings that could almost cover the whole city of Wei flashed and disappeared in the sky. And the little black donkey was left in the same place. After waiting for a while, it did not see its master, so it trotted along the road, avoiding the ruins, and slowly walked in the direction of its master. After a few steps, it suddenly stopped, sneezed, and shook its ears in confusion, because the whole city of Wei suddenly quieted down. After the battle between Bai Yunxin and Ling Kongzi, the whole city, which was inhabited by hundreds of thousands of people, suddenly quieted down. They felt sleepy at the same time, and, at the same time, in such a night that they could not sleep peacefully, they fell asleep. The yang qi of hundreds of thousands of people began to circulate. Chapter 113. In such silence, a faint light appeared in a family's house in the West River Prefecture of the city of Wei. This was a rich family. Vermilion door, stone lions, and a 3-way courtyard. The light appeared in the study of the family's master. 3 days ago, Li Yunxin had paid a visit to this house, and the gatekeeper had informed her of her arrival. The family's master was brave, so he welcomed him in, treated him with good food and drinks, and asked for some calligraphy. Coincidentally, the family's master had a son, so Li Yunxin made a painting called The Immortal Old Man, Sending His Son. It was not a precious scroll, nor a rare scroll, but a famous one. But for this kind of family, a scroll made by Li Yunxin was a treasure that could be passed down from generation to generation. The master asked an old master to frame the painting and hang it in the study. He planned to admire it for half a month, and when it was completely dry, he would put it in a yellow silk bag and when there were guests coming to the family, he would ask it to come out and admire it. But tonight, there was a storm, and the news of the fairy fighting the Dragon King came. They were doubtful, but soon they heard the roar and the strange phenomenon in the sky. These things were natural disasters for the ordinary people. So the whole family gathered together in this study, thinking that the famous scroll of the master might be able to bless them with their safety. But just as the ball of flowing light fell out of the city of Wei, the sudden drowsiness quickly attacked the family. The master felt something was wrong and tried to grab the sword hanging on the wall with the last bit of consciousness in his heart, but he still fell asleep. So, the painting of the immortal old man sending his son on the wall glowed with a misty golden light. After the light flashed, the baby on the painting came to life. The baby made of golden light jumped out of the painting and stepped on the bodies of the people who were sleeping on the ground. It first went to the mouth and nose of the master, who had the most yang energy, and took a deep breath. Then it went to the mouth and nose of the housewife, and took another breath. So it breathed in the human energy of the people in the house, and jumped out of the door. Through the wall, it breathed in the human energy of the servants in the house. Then he walked out of the door. The golden child seemed to love the smell of humans the most. He continued to search for the people sleeping in the silent houses. After an hour, when it had walked further and further away, it would see its own kind. There were strong men who walked out of the Shun Tu Bei Jian painting, and there were youths who walked out of the Su Qin chiseling light painting. They were all paintings that Li Yunxin had made for the rich families in the first 2 days. There were babies, children, young adults, and middle-aged men floating around the city and sucking in people's energy. Some were happy, some were sad, some were angry, and some were calm. In the past 2 days, Li Yunxin had made a total of 46 paintings. The people in these 46 paintings had walked out of the paintings one after another. They were all doing one thing, absorbing yang energy. Those who had been sucked out would probably not feel anything when they woke up. At most, some of the weaker ones would feel a little tired. However, as these golden men sucked in more people, their bodies would slowly swell up. Some different colors were tumbling and entangling in their bodies, just like the emotions in the dreams of those who had been sucked out. After 4 to 6 hours, no matter what they looked like, their bellies were round and their facial features were squeezed into a ball. It was unspeakably funny and weird. Then they burst open. At this time, the roar in the northeast of the city of Wei had not stopped. It seemed that morning had arrived in advance on that side of the sky. Behind the mountains, there was a faint red light, like the morning glow. But in fact, it was the mountain fire, the rolling mountain fire like a giant dragon, and the continuous roar. In such a roar, these golden men burst open. The yang energy that had been sucked out of their bodies should have dissipated, but it suddenly flowed along a strange track on the streets of the city of Wei. It was not entirely true to say that it flowed along the streets and alleys. Sometimes it would pass through walls and houses. But the yang energy that had been sucked out was like the first bowl of water in an old-fashioned well. With this bowl of water, the water in the well could be continuously drawn out. The yang energy that contained all kinds of emotions flowed on the streets and gradually converged into a stream. It led more and more yang energy from the people in the city of Wei to flow out of the houses. Finally, it gradually converged into a thicker torrent. If the people who had secretly followed Li Yunxin through the streets and alleys in the past 3 days were still awake and could open their yin-yang eyes, they would have realized when they saw the flood of yang qi. The places where they flowed were all places that Li Yunxin had set foot on. For example, a small stream flowed by the Willow River and rolled over a slate. There was an inconspicuous pattern on the slate, and then it lit up. This was the pattern that Li Yunxin had engraved with the weasel hairbrush in his hand that day. At that time, he said that the sun was good, so he wanted to draw the sun. His drawing was abstract and clumsy, and he only finished half of it before he threw the brush away. Such a pattern, after being hit by the yang energy, lit up. Because of the light and guidance, the torrent of yang energy branched out and constructed a mysterious but orderly circuit. This thing was something that any physician would find to be familiar with. It was the meridian diagram of Shou Shaoyang, and there were 35 similar things in the entire city of Wei. On such a night, more than 30 miles away from the city of Wei, in a small temple in the Yao village by the Wei River, the temple attendant was still awake. This was a small temple, but it was full of incense. There was only one hall, 1 yard, and 2 wing rooms. Usually, the temple attendant, Taoist Hong Song, would have gone to bed long ago. But tonight, he was startled by the rumbling thunder and the mountain fire in the distance. He put on his clothes and pushed the door into the yard. He walked through the watery moonlight and the mottled shadows of the trees, and finally reached the door of the main hall. Annoyed, he decided to meditate in the main hall. The hall enshrined the newly acquired supreme and holy spiritual treasures, the statues of Crown Prince Jiawen and the red-dressed dragon lady, by a master. At first, he was reluctant, but after offering the portraits, he was convinced. This statue indeed had the effect of calming the mind and clearing the heart. Not to mention that there was the spiritual aura of the gods on it. Even if there wasn't, the effect of the painting itself was enough to make him treasure it. Moreover, he was born with yin and yang eyes. He could see ghosts. Ghosts were not common, but there were always ghosts who loved the incense in the temple and would come to him. When he sat in the hall at night, with this portrait, the ghost did not dare to come close. But tonight, when he walked to the main hall and looked inside, he found a faint light in the room. He immediately suspected that the ruffians in the village were jealous of this statue and dared to steal it. He looked around and found a short wooden stick half covered in the mud by the wall. Holding it in his hand, he strode up the stone steps and pushed the door open. However, before the words "thief, how dare you" could escape his throat, he froze on the spot. After 2 breaths, the short stick in his hand fell on the mud with a clang. Taoist Hong Song knelt down and did not dare to raise his head. He only said, "Immortal has shown his divinity. Immortal has shown his divinity. I should die 10,000 times for being alarmed." Just after he pushed the door open, he saw a golden god walking down from the portrait. He only took a glance, but did not see clearly. So he did not realize that the appearance of this god was 70% similar to Li Yunxin. The golden shadow, formed by the power of incense and wishes of the believers, slowly walked forward with the little spiritual aura that belonged to Li Yunxin in the painting. Without looking at Taoist Hong Song, it directly passed through the door and rushed towards the direction of the city of Wei. It was also at this moment that a golden figure walked out from each of the 37 statues that he had distributed and were worshipped in various temples. Carrying his spiritual qi, they converged in the city of Wei. And this city of Wei. If Ling Kongzi had been suspicious that day and had flown high up in the sky to look at the route Li Yunxin had taken during those few days and had drawn it out, he would have discovered he used his own footsteps to measure a lifelike portrait of Li Yunxin, with the entire city of Wei as the center. The unfinished and playful strokes that he left in various places in the city, whether intentionally or unintentionally, formed the 36 major acupuncture points in the meridians of the human body. And the yamen of the prefectural magistrate that hid the rare scroll of the Shangyuan painting was the heart of this painting. Now, the yang energy of 360,000 people in the city of Wei had been guided by the 36 major acupuncture points, forming the flowing meridians. And the 37 golden immortals, with Li Yunxin's spiritual aura, successively threw themselves into the circulation of the meridians. Yang energy, spiritual aura, and torrent, after 3 circulations, finally rushed towards the yamen of the prefectural magistrate. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.